All right. Morning, guys. Smooth Gherk isn't real. He can't hurt you. What would you have done if I showed up shaved? That stream card's gonna make Grimtooth so dehydrated. Testing last night's close. There we go. Supposedly, Israel is in the process of attacking the Ayatollah's underground headquarters. And then Hegseth is testifying at the Senate. I don't know what time that starts, but he is.
A precipitate withdrawal of U.S. forces.
Hold on.
He said, and I quote, "China seeks to become a hegemonic power in Asia," unquote. He is right. China intends to use military force to achieve Xi Jinping's goals. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, the Ayatollah is hiding as his regime crumbles. He is still refusing to negotiate. In short, this is the most dangerous national security moment since World War II. Unconstrained, aggressive dictators are on the move. And importantly, the character of warfare is rapidly changing. That is a dangerous combination. We cannot have an American-led golden age of peace and prosperity if we fail to navigate these historic security challenges. President Trump is actively working to protect American interests against four main adversaries: Xi Jinping and his Chinese Communist Party, Vladimir Putin's militarized Russia, Kim Jong-un's North Korea, and the Ayatollah's religious fanatics, including his web of terrorists. Our commander-in-chief deserves a military capable of maintaining deterrence and applying force when necessary to protect U.S. interests, as he has done.
I said bulls need to hold above 5980.
That this fiscal year 2000,
if we lose like 78 or so, gamma to the downside is going to expand.
That
negative gamma is going to move more negative.
When Secretary Hegseth testified before this committee in his confirmation hearing, he made the correct point that spending less than 3% of GDP on defense would be, and I quote, very dangerous, unquote. What we have in front of us is an inadequate budget request with precious little detail and no follow-on data about fiscal years
0 would be a
2027,
good audio
2028,
level.
or 2029. We must assume, and in fact, we have heard that OMB intends to maintain defense spending at $893 billion across the 4 years of this administration. So even with a one-time $150 billion
Jobless claims were pretty flat.
infusion,
Housing starts were way down.
2.65%.
Permits were down.
By 2029, below 3% of GDP and well below the 5% of GDP that we really, really need. Clearly, such a budget plan would allow the military balance to continue, as it has been, to tilt away from the United States and toward Communist China. Communist China has increased its budget by over 7% each year for the past decade. I know the Secretary fought for a stronger fiscal year 2026 discretionary request, but we need to acknowledge that a flat fiscal year 2026 budget is what OMB delivered. I expect we will spend today reviewing the numerous significant holes in this request, gaps that will make it much more difficult for President Trump to equip our service members and for his advisors to develop credible military options. Across the budget, we see significant holes. Shipbuilding, tactical fighters, basic maintenance money, and more, all insufficient. The budget seems to be written as if there are many items in the reconciliation package that simply are not in that bill. This is confusing because the text of the reconciliation bill has been public for quite some time. Chairman Rogers of the House and I worked closely with the executive branch and members of this committee on the contents of the package. This budget threatens to undermine the good work we have done together on that bill and leads me to question whether some officials in the administration plan to ignore congressional intent. I believe ignoring congressional intent would be a wrong-headed decision for the United States of America. We all work for the American people, and we share largely identical goals when it comes to deterring Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and other threats. We need to work much more closely together on investment strategies and actions necessary to rebuild our industrial base. The President and the Congress want action on reindustrialization. We want to rebuild the arsenal of democracy. We need action on industrial base integration, streamlined weapon sales, and cooperation with our allies and partners. We agree on fundamentally changing the way the DoD budgets and handles acquisition. Now we need to agree on providing the men and women of the Department of Defense with the resources they need to do their jobs. We have no time to waste. We must commit to continued collaboration now. With that, I turn to my friend and colleague, Senator Reid, for his remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, General Kaine, Ms. McDougall, welcome. Mr. Secretary, as the Chairman has
Oh my
said,
God, is it
this
Raising
a
Kaine?
dangerous moment. As we speak, missiles are striking cities across Israel and Iran, threatening to ignite a regional war. There should be no doubt that for the safety of the United States and the rest of the world, Iran cannot acquire a nuclear weapon. However, Prime Minister Netanyahu's decision to preemptively launch a war with Iran against the urging of the president threatens the stability of the entire region and the safety of Americans stationed there. The Trump administration must take urgent steps to prevent a wider war. Mr. Secretary, I would ask you to be crystal clear this morning about the administration's posture toward Iran. More broadly, Russia continues its bloody assault on Ukraine, unmoved by President Trump's negotiating tactics, and China is threatening our allies in the Indo-Pacific as America once again redirects its attention to the Middle East. This is a moment that requires leadership, expertise, and competence from the Department of Defense. And Mr. Secretary, I am concerned, frankly, that these qualities have been eroded under your leadership. In your opening statement, you write, quote, "At the Department of Defense, we are sweeping away distractions to focus on our core mission of warfighting," close quote. I'm a bit skeptical. Since you were sworn in, much of the Pentagon has been in disarray. You have purged thousands of defense experts, gutted oversight offices, and surrounded yourself with hand-picked loyalists. You have fired a number of our most accomplished generals and admirals with no explanation, no replacement. Your chief of staff, several top policy advisors, and chief spokesmen have all either resigned
MQ's
or
still
been
pushing
fired.
up into resistance.
This is a legitimate problem for our national defense. Much of the Pentagon seems to have been paralyzed by infighting and stripped of expert staff at a time when we need stability and professionalism. Mr. Secretary, you must address this so the rest of the department can be laser-focused on their missions. I'm also concerned about your forays into diplomacy. The Secretary must be a capable statesman, especially in this dangerous global environment. During your first official trip to Europe, you made unfortunate mistakes, including by accidentally conceding America's negotiating leverage to Russia when you announced, quote, we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's 2014 borders is an unrealistic objective, and, quote, the United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement. The State Department walked back your comments, but I worry that they cost us lasting credibility during peace negotiations and with our European allies. And, Mr. Secretary, I hope you've learned from these episodes. The key to our long-run success against China, Russia, and Iran and others depend on our ability to equip our forces with the ships, aircraft, and weapons needed to effectively deter them or, if necessary, defeat them. Mr. Secretary, you have said that readiness is your top priority, but I'm concerned by a number of actions you have taken that seem to distract from readiness. For example, you're in the process of firing 8% of the defense workforce, or 75,000 employees, and you recently gutted the Office of the Director of Operational Tests and Evaluation, which is responsible for testing new weapons and platforms for warfighters. You have argued that these cuts were needed to eliminate wasteful spending, but you have simultaneously pledged hundreds of millions of dollars to convert a second-hand Qatari jet to be Air Force One. These decisions do not seem to align with readiness. Similarly, over the past 2 weeks, you have ordered 4,700 National Guard troops and Marines into Los Angeles against the will of the governor and mayor. These forces are in addition to the 13,000 troops you have deployed to the southern border, and separate from the 20,000 National Guard troops requested by DHS to help ICE conduct, quote, interior immigration efforts. As a consequence, military units have to cancel their national training center rotations and waste
good or
invaluable
bad?
hours and
Not
resources
sure yet.
performing DHS activities
Bulls are
unrelated
struggling
to their
here a little
warfighting
bit.
missions. I cannot imagine a faster way to erode military readiness and distract from our ability to deter China, Russia, and Iran. You also claim that merit is the only measure of performance under your leadership. That is a worthy principle. However, you refuse to explain you fired many of our most senior military officers, including the Chief of Naval Operations and the Commander of Cyber Command. All of these positions remain unfilled, which weakens our military. As importantly, these officers were fired without any justification, indeed without considering merit, which creates the worst possible outcome for a military force. Fear throughout the ranks that one should not speak up, should not refuse an illegal order, and should not call out abuse, no question decisions. I fear that last week's disturbing display of partisanship at President Trump's event at Fort Bragg is an example of this. Mr. Secretary, I hope you understand the grave risks of politicizing the military and that you will commit to preventing it. Finally, you have pledged to be transparent as Secretary of Defense. Yet, to date, you have not held a single press conference at the Pentagon. Instead, you have evicted news outlets from the building, overwhelmingly restricted press access, and searched for leaks within your own staff. even threatening general officers with
Some
polygraph
bot
tests.
calls coming in
This is not
6,000 out to
transparency, and it is
60-15.
disservice to the American people who deserve to know
Sold
what
puts
the
at
military is
85.70.
doing. Ultimately, Mr. Secretary, this is a
Not getting a lot
dangerous
of
moment,
bot
and
puts
you must
just
better
yet,
demonstrate leadership, expertise, and competence atop the
but
Pentagon.
we might get more as
You
we
are the ninth
approach
Secretary of
Gamma
Defense I have
Neutral.
overseen as a member of this committee. In fact, this is the 26th time I have questioned the Secretary of Defense during their annual posture hearing. I have disagreed with each and every one of them on issues of policy and strategy, some more frequently than others, but I've always been able to work with them openly and earnestly because we shared a common agreement that our national defense supersedes partisanship. It's disappointing so far that we have not been able to establish such a relationship with this committee and with your department. Your candid and honest testimony today can go a long way toward making that possible, and I hope we can make that progress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Reed. At this point, we'll
NQ
ask
picking
our
up supported
witnesses to summarize their
21,970.
testimony
Might leg up
in
again
5
here.
minutes or shorter. We begin with Secretary Higgs. Sir, welcome to the committee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Reed, distinguished members of the committee, we appreciate the opportunity to testify in full support of President Trump's proposed fiscal year 26 budget for the Department of Defense. I'm honored to testify alongside General Dan Kaine, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and Bryn McDonald, who's performing the duties of DoD's Comptroller and Chief Financial Officer. We are also very proud to represent our warriors and their families. And today, as they do every day, they're keeping our country safe. They're defending our homeland. They're standing up to communist China. They're working hand in glove with our allies and partners. They are achieving peace through strength. I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your bipartisan leadership to give our troops a big pay raise in 2025. That includes an additional 10% raise for our junior enlisted service members E1 to E4. Thank you for supporting our initiatives that improve quality of life for our warriors and their families. Things that include making historic investments. This budget makes historic investments in living conditions, in barracks, in base housing. This budget reforms the PCS process to reduce the cost and stress of moves for families. We've already seen changes there. And we improve the quality of care provided by our defense healthcare system. The best part of my job is meeting and interacting with troops and their families. We hear their concerns. We know what it's like to face these challenges. I've been there recently. Each of these initiatives responds to feedback that we've gotten from the force. We are listening, and we are always looking for ways to improve quality of life for those who serve. Under President Trump's leadership, this budget puts America first and gives our warriors what they need. The $961.6 billion budget request, more than $1 trillion for national security, will end 4 years of chronic underinvestment in our military. Now, as is custom with first-year administration budget releases, additional time was necessary to implement presidential initiatives. So in the last 4 months, we've moved quickly to reverse course after 4 years of weakness and mismanagement. We found nearly $30 billion in savings across the department. And this savings, if you add this savings to our overall budget, we're increasing the DoD budget in 2026 by $143 billion. We do that by killing wasteful programs, targeting bureaucratic excess, and redirecting funding from Biden-era priorities to President Trump's priorities. We're working with the Department of Homeland Security to increase border security, to reduce China's malign influence in the Western Hemisphere, to defend freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. However, as we would all acknowledge, there's more work to do. I've got 3 core priorities in the department: restore the warrior ethos, rebuild our military, and reestablish deterrence. First, we're restoring the warrior ethos. President Trump has charged me to focus relentlessly on warfighting, lethality, meritocracy, standards, and readiness, and that is exactly what we're doing. We're setting standards that are high, equal, and unwavering. DEI is dead. We replaced it with a colorblind, gender-neutral, merit-based approach, and the force is responding incredibly. Because of President Trump and his America First priorities, recruitment and retention are higher than they've been in decades. Historic surge of young Americans who want to join our military. Second, we're rebuilding our military. 25 years ago, our military was unchallenged, yet we squandered that advantage as China carried out an unprecedented military buildup. President Trump is correcting that. We're reviving our defense industrial base, reforming our acquisitions process, rapidly fielding emerging technologies and new weapons to meet the challenges of the future. This budget invests $25 billion in Golden Dome for America, a down payment on President Trump's priority to defend our homeland. It also commits more than $62 billion to modernize and sustain our nuclear forces as we face rising nuclear dangers. The budget allocates $3.5 billion for the F-47, the world's first sixth-generation air superiority fighter. The budget will revitalize our shipbuilding industrial base with $6 billion in funding in FY26, and that's on top of $47 billion overall for shipbuilding. The budget significantly increases funds to buy next-generation technology, including autonomous systems, long-range drones, long-range fires, and hypersonics. We will put these capabilities in the hands of our warfighters, ensuring we remain the most lethal force in the world for generations to come. And third, we're reestablishing deterrence. When an opponent sees our well-equipped and tough-as-nails warriors, they will decide that today is not the day to test U.S. resolve. Credible deterrence, it starts at home, and it starts with securing our borders. As was mentioned by the chairman, we are working to achieve 100% operational control of the border. Illegal crossings have decreased 99.9%, and it was just reported today that CBP released 0 illegals into the U.S. last month, down from 62,000 released into the interior last May. The Indo-Pacific is our priority theater, and China is our pacing threat. That's why I've traveled twice to that region to visit our forces and meet with our allies and partners. As we shift toward the Indo-Pacific, we're looking more to our allies and partners to be force multipliers alongside the United States, and we're making progress in that. We applaud those allies who are stepping up, but others need to do more and quickly. At the NATO Heads of State meeting next week, we expect NATO allies to commit to spending 5% of GDP on defense and defense-related investment, an almost inconceivable accomplishment when President Trump started that project in his first term. And with NATO stepping up, we now have a new standard for allied defense spending that all of our allies around the world, including in Asia, should move to. As the President has rightly pointed out, it's only fair that our allies and partners do their part. We cannot want their security more than they do. The Department of Defense is executing a common-sense agenda to achieve peace through strength. We know the threats we face are serious, and so our investments are as well. And that's what this budget does. It matches capabilities to threats. We long for peace, so we prepare for war. We must overcome decades of neglect and decline. We must fortify our position as the world's most lethal fighting force, and we have to act fast because our opponents are. This committee is our critical partner. We appreciate your leadership and oversight, which is essential. And I look forward to accomplishing these goals to achieve peace through strength, support our warriors, protect our citizens and our taxpayers together with you. May God grant us the wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kaine, do you wish to summarize your testimony?
Yes, sir.
You are
Good morning.
recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'll try to hit that target. Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, members of the committee, thank you for being here. I'm honored to join Secretary Hegseth and Ms. Bryn McDonald to appear before you today to testify on the President's fiscal year 26 budget. Today's hearing reflects our shared commitment to maximize efficiency, accountability of our taxpayers' dollars, and ensuring every expenditure increases the lethality and survivability of your joint force, providing our warfighters with the advanced capabilities and cutting-edge technology required to dominate our adversaries. I have deep gratitude for everyone in this room and our shared commitment to help deliver the capability and capacity that the joint force needs. That goes to our civilians and their families as we work to deliver peace through overwhelming strength. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments regarding our brave men and women serving abroad today. It's my responsibility as chairman to understand, advise, and integrate our joint force to confront and manage the risks worldwide. This demands a comprehensive understanding of every domain, across every service, and across every region, across all time horizons. It also requires making and advocating for difficult decisions that prioritize the finite taxpayer resources that we have in order to ensure the greatest impact and capability for our warfighters. The President's budget enables the joint force to defend our great nation from adversaries seeking to do us harm. And we're relentless in the pursuit of innovation and technologies that allows us to hopefully deter, but if need be, win on battlefields of the future. This budget empowers the joint force to get after the Secretary's 3 pillars: restoring the warrior ethos, rebuilding our military, and reestablishing deterrence, and ensures that the joint force is properly armed, globally integrated, and ready to go. The President's budget invests in our warfighting capabilities to win, as I said, on the battlefields of the future. We must be properly armed with the right capabilities, lethal, modern, reliable, survivable, and at scale in order to win. Victory requires people and platforms that overmatch the enemy's systems and work under the harshest conditions to ensure our decisive edge. This budget gives the necessary tools to reinvigorate our national and defense industrial base. Our nation is full of incredible talent, and we need to unlock every bit of it. This budget also helps us become more globally integrated, which is one of my main jobs. We are in the joint force relationship entrepreneurs, working together with the military, but also with our allies and partners, the interagency and industry, to make sure that we're connected before crisis or conflict. And this budget helps us to integrate that combat capability as our commanders and leaders consider actions and activities, not at the point that we're in a crisis somewhere. Finally, the President's budget reflects our mandate to stay ready, always on the account, anticipating the next fight and making sure that everyone is ready to go. But the most important component is our people. The budget makes meaningful investments in our service members and their families, improving quality of life for housing, medical care, and the ever-important moving process. As our most precious asset, we have to deliver for our people. I want to highlight one of them today. Sitting behind me is Colonel Matt Jamont. Many folks know Matt up on the Hill today. It's probably his last hearing in uniform, which after 31 years, he graduates from service later this year. He's been like a pterodactyl for the joint force, always delivering and advocating for it.
Pterodactyls are very, very old.
Yes, sir, I know. You'll note his,
Would you raise your hand, Colonel?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
It's an honor every day to serve alongside some of the extraordinary warriors and civilian teammates that our nation has to offer. I assure this committee that the joint force remains committed and capable, and we're grateful for your continued support. I want to also highlight the leaders that will come before this committee in the coming days, which will be carefully considered by each of you for the general and flag officer assignments. They are all extraordinary. I am mindful and grateful for those that are currently deployed right now. They are on my mind and in my heart, and I know the secretaries as well. And I continue to hold a special remembrance for our fallen and the families of our fallen who show us what right looks like. Thank you for your time, and with that, I look forward to your questions.
Very skillful use of time, General. And Ms. McDonald, we will not require an opening statement from you. Thank you for being available for questions today. And now we move to rounds of 5-minute questions. And let me say, we expect full attendance today, and I expect all members will want to ask questions. I've tried to be very skillful sometimes in my membership on this committee to ask a very involved question.
That was General raising Kaine of Kaine's Chicken.
We will not be using that practice today. Or we'll be here in the wee hours of the early evening. So at this point, let me begin by asking Secretary Hegseth about congressional intent. We worry about the explicit choices that the Congress has made and that have been enacted into law by the president.
Getting some out of the money put buying under the synthetic long.
2026 budget. The decision came to us surprisingly to zero out destroyers, even though Congress intended for reconciliation to give the industrial base stability with a third DDG in fiscal years 2027 and in 2029. I've asked this of every nominee from the department who has come before us about honoring.
All right, a little bit of a pullback. If we lose 92 here, we might
in the reconciliation bill,
fill the gap, which is back here.
And
87.
working with the administration to get the signature.
That also means a move back to
And we will
negative
make clear
gamma,
alongside that the
which would not be a
congressional
good
intent.
sign.
I've asked this of
So
every
I think
official,
Bull's
and I
probably
will
trying
ask
to come
you
in
as
and
well,
defend gamma
Mr.
neutral
Secretary,
here.
do you commit to following congressional intent unequivocally on reconciliation?
Well, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. Yes, our team looks forward to working with this committee, both through the budget process and reconciliation, and would acknowledge, just as a starting point of the conversation, that we are looking at 2 bills and 1 budget at the Defense Department. So as we have discussions about allocation, we may sometimes be talking about different numbers because of that, but from our perspective, we built a budget tied to $960 billion.
Are you qualifying your explicit yes? Because we have not had that from any of the other witnesses that have come before us. If our congressional intent alongside the numbers in reconciliation is explicitly expressed, do you commit to following congressional intent unequivocally in reconciliation?
Yes, we just wanted to clarify the entirety of the budget from our perspective.
Well, thank you very much. Now, you said once before that, and I quoted in my opening statement, Mr. Secretary, that going below 3% of GDP.
Today's
would
off to a
be
good start on the
very
futures
dangerous. That
account.
was your testimony in January. Of course, you know well that we're asking our allies in Europe and NATO to go to 5%. And it has been the intention of most of us on the committee that the United States lead by example and, in fact, follow the peace through strength example of President Reagan and his administration in getting to 5%.
See, Bull's defended gamma neutral. Look at that. Who would have thought?
I understand that if you put reconciliation and the budget requests together for this year, it exceeds 3%. But if we go back to that same baseline for the next 3 years after that, we'll be under 3%. We intend to fix that.
Pullback should
But do you
shake off some of the
agree
bot puts.
that-
It
you
looks
still
like it
agree that
already
going below
has.
3% would be
We have bot calls
a,
out to
quote,
60-20.
very dangerous, unquote, choice.
Bot calls it spot, and synthetic
Yes, sir,
long
and so does the
continues to
President of the
grow
United
at
States, which is why this
59.90.
budget increases from FY '25.
So I expect to push to positive gamma in the 0 DTE here,
of GDP on
or
defense,
at least an attempt,
and we feel like is a
then maybe a push
generational
out to
increase
the
in
delta
defense
flip.
capabilities. And when you add that alongside the $30 billion,
At which
we've
point
already
I think we do
found in
actually run into a
savings and
little bit of
repurpose,
resistance.
That's where I get to the $143
Yeah,
billion
right
in
around
additional
60,
spending
20.
in defense, which we
And
think
you
is
agree then,
substantial.
Mr. Secretary, that in future years, it would be very dangerous to go below that 3%?
As I said in my remarks, we're going to match our budget to threats. And so, yes, in the future, we anticipate threats like we have
Also,
today.
yes,
so I would
above
anticipate a robust budget in the future.
60-56
Would you please
resistance.
be kind enough to answer my question? Would going below 3% in future fiscal years be, quote, very dangerous, unquote, as you said in your statement in January?
Resistance
sir,
up
and I
around
believe the President of the United States definitely feels the same
60-20.
way.
Thank you, sir. Senator Reid,
Thank you very much.
and I yield back 5 seconds.
I'll take those 5 seconds.
Oh, no, sir. No, that's
first-
not the way it works.
First, let me apologize to Miss McDonald, who I said was Miss McDougal. You're Irish, right?
My husband is, yes, sir.
Well, that's good enough. Thank you. You were Scotch for a few minutes, but I apologize, ma'am. And, Mr. Secretary, you have fired a number of general and flag officers, and you clearly have the authority to do that, but there was no cause given, and it's also deeply concerning it's taking a long time to appoint successors. I understand that today you announced that the
Next upside test for
nominee
NQ
CNO will be Admiral Darrell Cordell. Is that right?
2260, and
We
then
still have many of these positions
ES
open,
has a
including,
breakout
US
above
Cyber Command, which is absolutely
trend
critical.
here,
Do
with
you-
resistance
you
at
believe that
6250
these
to
lack
the
of,
upside,
nominated,
minor, and then
leaders
major
are
resistance at
affecting our warfighting
6078.
abilities?
Sir, I believe we all serve at the pleasure of the president.
Which will put us
And
around
in
that
every single
60-20
position,
level
we're looking
that I
for the
was
right
discussing.
man or woman to fill that role, to execute on behalf of the missions of this department, and we're doing it expeditiously in every case.
Again, do you have any
Discord?
anticipation of when we'll receive the
Discord not
nominee
working?
for Cyber Command?
Should be working.
Sir, as I mentioned before, we have a very capable deputy at Cyber Command who has taken the helm. So it's not as if it's without leadership, very much so. But we are, as recently as yesterday, had a high-level discussion of exactly what that will be.
Mr. Secretary, in your opening statement, you stated, at the Department of Defense, we are sweeping away distraction to focus on our core mission of warfighting. However, since your confirmation, your office has been consumed by high turnover and disarray. At least 3 senior aides were fired and subsequently investigated for leaks, alleged leaks to the press. Your first chief of staff has since left his position, and to the best of my knowledge, that position is vacant. The Inspector General is reviewing your use of Signal app to send sensitive information pertaining to military operations in Yemen, not only to senior government officials, but to your wife, your brother, and your personal lawyer. Finally, according to press reports, you have threatened polygraph tests against senior members of the military.
Give me 1 second.
As I said in my opening
I'll
statement,
be right
this
back.
is a dangerous world. You know that. And this turmoil in your own office is not contributing, I think, to the clarity and thoughtfulness and decisiveness necessary.
Sir, I would just say the media loves sensational headlines that are not connected at all to reality. If you look at the execution of our office and what we've done on the president's priorities, I'm very proud of what we've been able to do in 140 days. And when you move fast to reestablish deterrence and restore a warrior ethos and rebuild the military, it's going to come with some changes. But when you look at the leadership structure, both in uniform and on the civilian side of the Defense Department, it's as strong and capable as it's ever been. And I would contrast it with the chaos of the world under the previous administration. The debacle in Afghanistan, war unleashed in Ukraine, what happened on October 7th, that was a view of weakness and chaos unleashed by the Biden administration under the previous defense secretary. So if a few changes have to be made in the first portion of my term in order to get it right, I think that's pretty acceptable to establish deterrence and rebuild our military and restore the warrior ethos.
Well, Mr. Secretary, you can cite those examples. History, I might have a different perspective. As I understand it, the direction to leave Afghanistan was an agreement with President Trump in Doha, which left our forces in a very precarious position since they were there for a year and they had to come out. And Taliban knew that, and they were going after them. But let me move on to another issue, which is
30 seconds.
35. We have had detainees in Guantanamo, and we have used military flights to get them there. The problem, I think, is that some of these military flights have not contained DHS agents on it. And so, in effect, the military becomes not just the the custodial agents, they're also the control agents. And that would seem to me a violation of military procedures. Is that practice continuing?
Senator, every aspect of that mission is in coordination with DHS and with DHS officials.
So there are no flights with airmen only on board?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary General, Ms. McDonald, welcome. I serve on both the Armed Services and the Appropriations Committees, and every year we legislate annual authorization and appropriation bills that provide the policies and the funding for the department. While I'm confident we will do so again this year, the administration has made this process more difficult by delaying the delivery of budget materials to Congress. Mr. Secretary and General Kaine, I've appreciated our previous discussions about the need to modernize our nuclear triad and to provide the President with additional options for regional nuclear deterrence. And to achieve this, we must have sustained and predictable funding within the department's base budget. I'm concerned that the department's fiscal year 26 request relies too heavily on reconciliation for some of our nuclear programs. For example, the reconciliation text includes funding for Sentinel. That is meant to accelerate and reduce risk in the program over the next several years. It is not meant to fill a self-imposed gap in funding in a single fiscal year created by shortchanging ICBMs in the base budget. I understand using reconciliation funding is relatively new to the department, but I expect us to work together throughout this cycle so that we can assure that funds are used as intended and that the programs are adequately funded within that base budget. General Kaine, do you agree that nuclear modernization programs should be prioritized both to keep pace with the threats and to ensure that the President has a full array of options for nuclear deterrence?
I do, Senator, and appreciate your leadership on ensuring that we've got the tools that we need to deliver for the triad of the future.
Secretary Hegseth, although progress has been made the last several years, I continue to be concerned about the ability of our defense industrial base to produce munitions at an adequate scale to support our warfighters in these modern conflicts that we have. And now that you have been sworn in and had time to review the current state of our industrial base, what more should the department be doing to increase munitions production, and how does this budget request support these objectives?
Senator, it's a great question. We should be doing everything we can, which is precisely what we are doing at the very highest levels, from myself to the Deputy Secretary of Defense with industry. This budget is a 45% increase in the defense industrial base. It invests in critical munitions procurement. It invests in defense supply chains, in resilience in supply chains.
Number 60,
in increased competition
yes,
and capabilities of outside companies to get into the business of providing critical munitions. So across the board, we're finding and hiring innovators to move as quickly as possible, cutting through the bureaucracy, the red tape to deliver those systems in a world that needs them now more than ever.
Could you get back to me on timelines that you have set for each of those areas that you mentioned, and obviously the funding that's going towards them, but I'd be interested in what you're setting for yourself for goals for the timelines in getting that achieved.
Yes, ma'am, we have those and we will get those to you.
Thank you. And General Kaine, do you assess that the total munitions requirement is currently aligned with the magnitude of the threats that this country faces, or should the department review its stockpile requirements to ensure that we are fully prepared for these modern conflicts?
Senator, we're always
Bull's just
looking
pushing
at the
back up to more
lessons
neutral
learned of
positioning
past
before
conflicts to
FOMC.
include the most recent ones around the world and taking those and applying those to what the future of war might look like. So we're always evolving and considering what the mix of munitions that we need for the joint force in order to deliver overwhelming strength.
And I would be remiss if I didn't bring up spectrum. So as we look towards the Golden Dome and the importance of that, over the next several weeks, I hope we can see some more details on that, because we can't shoot what we don't see. And I think it's important that all of us here, as well as the public, understand the importance of the spectrum that the department has in order to reach that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fisher, for that important and correct observation. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you all very much for being here. News reports this morning suggest that the president is actively considering intervening in the situation in the Middle East. I understand that we have 40,000 troops deployed in the region, many of whom are in range of Iranian missiles. And it's being reported that the president is being asked to consider providing the bunker buster bomb that is required to be carried only by the B-2 bomber and would require a U.S. pilot. That raises real concerns about what retaliation might mean for the safety and stability of the entire region and our troops and Americans who are in the region. So can you tell us, Mr. Secretary, are you considering military action that would bring us into active hostilities? And whether you expect a decision to be made on that anytime in the next few days?
Just bearing in mind, and you can stop the clock, we will be going into a classified portion of the hearing later on. But proceed, Mr. Secretary.
I understand that, Mr. Chairman, but I think this is a question that's very important for the American public to hear.
I just wanted to make it clear that there would be an opportunity to
Thank you.
get very deep into that. Go ahead.
Senator, I agree with the chairman. Most of what I can or should say would be reserved for a classified setting. I would say the president, obviously, any decisions on this matter are at the presidential level. He has communicated very clearly for quite some time.
I can't believe this woman's not part of the Telegram chat.
My question for you is whether you have been asked actively to provide options for the president regarding a strike in the Middle East.
If I had or I had not, I wouldn't disclose that in this forum, Senator. My job, our job, Chairman and I, at all times, is to make sure the president has options and is informed of what those options might be and what the ramifications of those options might be.
I appreciate that.
You
Thank
mentioned
you.
the troops in the region with
I
maximum
expect-
force protection at all times is being maintained.
I would hope that as soon as consideration about action is determined, that the public will be informed about that. 6 of us on this committee just returned from the largest air show in the world. At that, it was very impressive to see the innovation and technology from our industry on aerospace. And one of the concerns that I heard from many of the companies that I talked to was about the potential to partner with our allies and partners for innovation, for co-production. And one concern I heard was about the proposed review of the AUKUS agreement. That's after the Australian government has already contributed $500 million to our submarine industrial base, and American and UK shipbuilders have made capital investments to support the increased demand. So do you disagree with the position that President Trump has taken about AUKUS, that we should move forward? And what is the review expected to produce?
Well, Senator, I think reviews are always prudent, but those reviews actually come after conversations I've had with the Minister of Defense, Healy, in the UK, and Marles in Australia. Long personal conversations about the status of this arrangement, both aspects of it. So we are reviewing it because that's what the Defense Department ought to do to make sure it fits the priorities of the president, and that our defense and shipbuilding industrial base can ensure that we're clear on all sides of that, on either pillar. And then on pillar 2, identifying specifically the ways we can work together most meaningfully to co-produce with our industrial base munitions or other capabilities that would be most applicable to the threats we face.
But do you agree that it's important to increase the capability of our nuclear deterrent in the Indo-Pacific, and that AUKUS is one way to do that?
I do, and working through
Thank you.
AUKUS as a possible avenue for that is a good thing.
Last week, Mr. Secretary, during the SAC-D appropriations hearing, you reaffirmed the need for an exemption for the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard to your hiring freeze. Senator Collins asked you a very relevant question on that, and since Senator King and I share that shipyard, I'd like to ask you again, because we have not yet heard anything from you or from the Office of Personnel Management about how they're responding to this. DOD has told us that the Office of Personnel Management needs to review every single new hire one by one at a time, when we need 550 people every year just to keep up with the Navy's demand for maintenance and on its nuclear submarines. So will you commit to talking to OPM on this issue? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Cotton.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for your testimony, and more importantly, your service. Secretary Hegseth, the President at a press gaggle just now at the White House said of strikes against Iran, to Senator Shaheen's question, I may do it, I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. You had referred to these questions as presidential level decision, is that right? And I think that's always true. Advisors advise and presidents decide. But it's your job to have contingency plans for everything that the president may or may not decide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And no one should be surprised or scandalized that the Pentagon has lots and lots of contingency plans.
Senator, our job is to have contingency plans.
It's like in Armageddon, Billy Bob Thornton's character Truman, speaking of NASA, could have been speaking of the Pentagon. You're geniuses. You're just thinking stuff up, and you got people in another room backing them up. Is that right?
We plan.
Thank
Senator.
you. And although it's true in every part of the government, it's probably no more true in your department that it's a presidential level decision. This is the president's core constitutional responsibilities as the commander-in-chief. I mean, it's important what he does with labor and HUD and the rest, but as the commander-in-chief, it's the most important role he has, and therefore you're the department where you take the most direct guidance from the president. Everyone in the department has to support the president's decisions once those decisions are made, correct?
Correct, Senator. As I've said, there's only one person that was elected president of the United States.
Yeah.
And the American people elected him to make these decisions on their behalf. And if and when those decisions are made, the department is prepared to execute.
And I know that you welcome and have robust policy debates in the department, and no doubt you have very differing views on many questions, whether it's what to do with Iran, or what kind of aircraft or ships we need to build, or what the quality of commissaries are on our bases, and that's welcome. You need that kind of robust debate to make the right recommendations. But once the president's decision has been made on any question, that's final, right? That's your standard?
The president welcomes, I've watched it in real time,
Bot calls
views
coming in
on
15,
all issues
20,
from all aspects. But
25,
yes, once
30,
those have been
35.
represented, intelligence is represented, options represented, upsides, downsides, threats, of course, when the president makes a call
Quite
as
a
the
lot of calls
commander-in-chief,
coming in at 25.
we will execute.
Well, thank you, because I know there was some controversy earlier this year inside the department, and not everyone seemed to be on the same page that you and the president are after presidential decisions had been made, and you had to make some tough decisions there. And I commend you for those decisions. I think you did the right thing. You have to make sure that everyone stays on the same page and everyone supports presidential decisions. One decision I also want to call out, since we haven't spoken about it here, and I'm not sure we will, I want to commend you for as well and commend your team, is the redesignation of base names for Army bases. In the summer of 2020, as a Jacobin fever swept the country during the BLM riots, it was decided to rename several Army bases. To be honest with you, I think most soldiers serving those bases didn't even know who they were named after. They just had fond recollections for decades of their time at Fort Benning or Fort Bragg or other places. And I think now you've completed the effort to redesignate those names, those bases, to the names that so many generations of soldiers served at for new American heroes. Is that right?
Yes, all of the previous names for the U.S. Army installations have been returned.
Well, thank you. I think that was an inspired approach. It complies with the law. It teaches a new generation of soldiers about those who went before them, and I hope the matter is settled. I
Or
especially want to commend
insert
you
Confederate
for
general here.
commitment
Why do
to
we... Here's what I've
Delta
never understood.
operators
Why do we as a
Randy Cougar
country
willingly laid down their life in the Battle of Mogadishu to protect their buddy?
willingly
Not even in the battle
idolize
at the time
traitors?
against commanders' repeated wishes until they pestered the commanders finally to let them get on the ground and protect those soldiers on the ground and laid down their life. I think
That was the
that's
biggest
inspired choice.
mistake of the Reconstruction.
One final question. You'd said that everything needs to be on the table to address our munitions crisis. We all agree on this committee. We all have been working hard for many years on that. Private industry is very important, but you have your own organic industrial base.
But that's
Ammunition plants,
traitor, not
arsenals,
traitor.
Depots, that's included in everything, right? That we need to look at every possible source to address every potential choke point in our munition supply chain.
Every possible source.
Thank you. General Kaine,
Because
do
you
agree with
betrayed
that, I
the
presume, that
English
our organic
king.
Industrial base, especially the arsenals and ammunition plants and depots,
I do.
are a solution to this problem,
Huh.
not a part of the problem or a relic of the past?
I do, sir, and I'm aware of your letter to the Army on that matter, which I know they're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Cotton. Senator Gillibrand.
Secretary Hegseth, this committee has had many hearings about the future of warfare and making sure that we have the complement of warfighters that we need to win any future wars and not focus on how we could have done better in the previous war. One of the areas where I have deep concern is cyber
You mean a
defense
jacket
in this
with
country.
medals all over it,
I'm
or a
concerned about
NASCAR
cyber
jacket?
warfare. I'm
You mean my
concerned
Citadel
about
jumper?
cyber terrorism.
Or my
I'm also
windbreaker?
concerned about the deployment of UAS, as we've seen being extremely powerful in the war in Ukraine. We've seen what Iran has
New higher
done.
high on
So
ES.
I'm concerned about our posture with regard to UAS and a defensive posture with regard to UAS attacks. I am very concerned about what happened over many of our military sites. Drone configurations hovering for weeks without response. No authorities to be able to track where those drones came from by the DoD to assess, are they Iranian, are they Chinese, are they Russian, are they on spy missions, what is their purpose? Inadequate authorities, inadequate defenses, inadequate technology. The Langley incursion is incomprehensible. On top of that, I'm very concerned that we are not investing in our cyber professionals, that we don't have enough cyber offense, enough cyber defense. We have currently 30,000 open cyber positions within the DoD. So I'd like to hear from you, what's your plan to have cyber defense and cyber warriors at the appropriate complement? And number two, what is your plan to create the authorities that you need for UAS defense and to have the inadequate response of this is someone else's job no longer come out of our leaders?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. You're right over the target. Cyber needs to be a part of every single way that we plan and look at the world. That gray zone part of conflict, and we can't cede that terrain in any way to our adversaries. And so it is, you'll see the resources in this budget that invest in that. You'll see it fully integrated into planning and capabilities. And what we're looking for in the next cybercom and what we're looking for there, our Deputy Secretary of Defense is leading a charge to make sure it fits precisely what the world needs today.
So we have a
Continued call
program that
buying
this
to the
committee
upside,
supported
odds of
in the last
35.
two NDAAs, which is a cyber
peaking at
academy
60,
to create a
25.
pipeline of young people who do cyber for
There are some
service.
bot
So
bets
they
at
get
20.
a state-of-the-art
It's a
cyber
decent amount of
education
delta
at
there,
over
too.
600 schools around the country, and then they
is
dedicate the number of
resistance, but
years they had
it's
education
starting to
to the
normalize
Department of
further
Defense
out.
or the
Not such a
intelligence
steep
community.
drop-off
And right now, it is
anymore.
not being funded. And right now, because of the hiring freeze, these kids who have completed their degree under the Cyber Service Academy actually can't get a job at the DoD or the intelligence community, and they're either going to have to no longer serve, which was part of the program, or get employed somewhere else, but we lose them. So
Some
what
profit
are you
taking
doing
on
to
10 and
unplug
15 calls
this
here.
problem of not hiring these cyber professionals immediately because they are part of the cyber service program? And your
60-10
budget does not
put
show
being
that you are
sold.
planning to fill 100
And the
cyber
60-15 put being sold as well.
positions for these young people who want to serve in the IC community or in the IC or in the Department of Defense.
We'll review that aspect of the hiring freeze in the Cyber Academy. We want those positions filled. We're fully committed to it. And then on counter UAS, which you mentioned, it is a reality of the modern battlefield, whether it's in Ukraine or elsewhere, that we have to fully account for and address as aggressively as possible. And you have my assurances at the highest levels, we are putting our best people in charge of ensuring we have counter UAS systems that can match the threats of the future.
I would like you to prepare for this committee 2 letters in response to these questions. 1, what are you going to do to fill the 1,000 slots for the Cyber Academy? And how are you going to get this hiring freeze taken care of? And 2, what is your plan for increased authorities, increased investment, appropriate review of UAS that hover over our military and nuclear sites? So this committee has a fulsome response from your whole team about how you
Really?
address these
I should be way fucking louder than the meeting.
That to you, Senator, and authorities, you are right, is
Huh.
a huge issue on counter
It's
UAS
something
that we need to
Senator
address.
Cotton and I are committed to passing. We both serve on intelligence and armed services, and so we share
Now I
the
am?
urgency on this issue.
I'd turn it down.
And so, Mr. Secretary,
Hold
you'll
on.
submit those letters for the record. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To all of you, first of all, thank you for your service to our country. I have heard now from 25
Maybe that'll be a little better.
including every service chief and 8 combatant commanders, that vacating the
Okay.
3.1 to 3.45 gigahertz and the 7 to 8 gigahertz bands of the spectrum would have significantly negative consequences for our warfighting capabilities. Being forced to share these bands with commercial interests and a non-optimal...
Calls are being bought pretty aggressively out to the upside to 35.
General Kaine,
They peak at
does
25.
the Joint Force have capabilities...
There's a bit of
operating
delta
under
acting as
3.1,
resistance to the
3.45
upside
band
move
on the
here.
7 to 8 bands,
But if we clear that, we should be able to push out
which
further.
would be used in a conflict with China.
We do.
MM will probably start picking up a hedge on that around like
Negatively impacted if the Department of Defense were forced
60,
to share those bands with commercial
18,
users
60,
in a
18,
non-optimal
20.
manner.
Sure, Senator, I think the key is non-optimal. I know there's some work going on around dynamic sharing that would minimize to an acceptable level the ability to frequency hop in and out of those particular bands that would not adversely impact the joint force. So,
But as of today, there is no way to make it happen.
not today, as you know, Senator, and I appreciate your leadership on this, but there's a lot of work going on in that space, sir.
I think we agree that the economic security is now.
It's roughly the same as the Delta Flip.
In
I'm just talking about picking up. I mean, Delta Flip's
communications capabilities.
Delta for the entirety of the
But, as
chain.
it
I'm just
pertains to
discussing
spectrum
like the 20
auction
strike.
authority, how do you view a spectrum auction process that bases decisions solely on economic considerations?
Well, as you said, Senator, economic security is national security. You know, those.
So
are
like a
policy
breakout of the
decisions
Delta
on
Flip
how
probably would be
security to provide
inconsequential
the
unless we were
military
able
advice
to
to
get out
policymakers
above
and
18,
let them make that
not just
decision, and this
16 at the
firm
Delta
makes
Flip.
sense in that policy space, and so rather than put myself sideways out of my swim lane, I'll leave it. to
Pre FOMC puppies, yeah. Didn't miss
In
anything.
your professional
I
military
figured bulls were pushing for this when we got the move up
in
overnight.
the 7 to 8 band, are critical to our national defense.
Holding like the
1 to 3, 4,
like the
5, no doubt.
positive
Lower
positive
end
charm
of the
flows
7, there's some, I think,
into the
some
AM
discussion.
expiry is probably
7.4
very
to
important for
8.4
them.
is an area
And a
that
lot of
they're
that is at the
thinking about.
6,000 strike, especially with Delta on the weekly chain
I know you
retreating
told me that you would be willing
yesterday.
to go to the mat to protect these critical.
There's the 18
capabilities.
test.
I think that is critical. In fact, these bans are
See if we
essential
push
to
through
building
that.
goals
If we do, it opens up
will require even
more room.
radars and military communications infrastructure than we currently have, particularly around population centers and defense sites, as we see in Israel today. Would you agree with that today, sir?
Yes, Senator, I concur with the chairman's characterization, and I would just say at no time in conversations around spectrum has DOD's equity never been, it's always been fully represented in those conversations to ensure we protect what we need to protect.
Thank you. General Kaine, what is your assessment of the operational and strategic benefits of maintaining the dual hat leadership arrangement between U.S. Cyber Command and National Security Agency, the NSA, particularly in terms of intelligence integration, speed of action, and mission success in contested environments?
Sir, I can argue both sides of that one, and you know, mindful that that's a policy discussion. I think that either will go on soon or has been going on, and I'd prefer to leave that to the policymakers. I think the key is both organizations are critically important, and whether it's a single commander or two leaders that collaborate with no distance between them, we achieve the same end state.
Would it be fair to say that the dual hat prevents stovepipes in the cyber domain today?
Senator, there's stovepipes in all kinds of domains today, so I can't assure you that it would prevent them. What I do hope is that whatever path we take, we select leaders who are committed to integrating and knocking down those stovepipes, whether it's a single leader or two leaders. That's what the nation needs.
We have been successful in making significant exchanges and utilizing assets for both the NSA and for Cyber Command so far. Secretary Hegseth, are you committed to maintaining the dual hat relationship that has significantly benefited our national security to date?
Senator, as of right now, we're maintaining.
We get a breakout here, we'll probably like make a jump to the upside.
Thank you, Senator.
Might leave a gap.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, you've been asked about options for the use of force abroad. I want to ask about the use of our military at home. I have been deeply disturbed and alarmed by the use of active duty troops, Marines, in Los Angeles, and President Trump has made clear his intention to
Still some puts being bought at 20, but bot calls 20, 25, still pretty heavy. Above 25 trims down, mostly some sold calls being bought back, and those at 30 and 35.
I want to ask you about,
but definitely resistance, strong resistance here in 25.
Duty military in other
So
cities.
be careful of rejections.
Senator, I would just say we share the president's view that, as you characterized it, we are deeply disturbed and alarmed that ICE officers are being attacked while doing their job in any city in America. And so allowing National Guard or active troops under existing authorities to defend them is important.
On ICE officers, yes, but we ought to be equally alarmed by the illegal use of active duty Marines or other military. I take it from your answer that you do have contingency plans for the use of military in other cities.
We have never and will not illegally deploy troops. All have been under existing and well-established authorities to use troops to support federal law enforcement officers.
So far, there's been no legal justification. It's been challenged successfully. I think that it will prevail. Those challenges will prevail in the courts. And I want to ask you right now to submit to this panel those contingency plans for the use of active duty military in other cities. I want to move on to another area of questioning. The chairman has said that you've submitted precious little detail, to quote him, precious little detail about
retesting the 1820 level.
There is no detail. This budget is literally a rough outline with short-sighted shortfalls For example, the shortfall.
How much of a
Columbia
pullback
class,
on the profit
$2
taking
billion.
there?
Only about $1 billion for Virginia class. There is virtually no outline for specificity as to
If the 60-20
how
puts
you are
close, it's
going
like a
to
little bit squeezy.
provide drones to defend and also engage in offensive outline and maneuvers. The nature of warfare is changing right before our eyes in real time. Unmanned aerial and undersea warfare is happening in Ukraine and elsewhere, and I think that you owe this committee and the American public more specificity in that budget, because we will be at risk, we are at risk right now, in the Middle East. And I want to know whether we have contingency plans to protect our U.S. personnel in the region from the kind of swarm of drones that have proved devastating already to 3 of our service people in the Middle East on a base in Jordan. Do you have such plans to protect against drones there?
Senator, we work hand in glove with the Joint Staff and CENTCOM and every COCOM, especially right now, to ensure everything at our disposal is available to ensure maximum force protection against any contingency, including the one you described, sir.
Well, I have no assurance that we have the capacity to safeguard against the swarm of small, lightweight, slow-moving drones.
Failure of the bearish
in my view, are
consolidation.
major vulnerability. And right now, if we engage in the Iran conflict, would put us and U.S. personnel at risk there. Let me ask you about Ukraine. I've just returned from my 7th trip to Ukraine. I am the advocate, chief sponsor with Senator Graham in the
It's a
Russia
gap back
sanctions
at
bill.
609.
That the
Right
United
there.
States in and the ranking member cited it, that we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective and will only prolong the war. My question to you is, when will you release the PDA $4 billion in equipment that Ukraine desperately needs? It's sitting there. Ukraine deserves it. When will it be released?
We're aware of PDA 75, and that is a decision we can make in the future.
Support at 15.
My time has expired, but I
Thank you.
don't consider that answer adequate.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, and thank you, Chairman, for being here. Ms. McDonald, I'm actually going to have a question for you. So thank you very much for being here. And I know that Iran is on our minds right now. And Secretary, I'll just pose a very quick question to you. October 7th, 2023, Hamas attacked Israel. Who is the primary
Significantly
funder
more
of
puts at
Hamas?
60-20.
Senator, it is Iran.
And who is the primary sponsor then that provides them with the weapons that they use to attack Israel?
Same answer, ma'am.
And maybe our public is not aware, but 43 Americans lost their lives on October 7th at the hands of Hamas, which is an Iran-backed terrorist organization. 43 Americans. We never talk about it, folks. I heard nothing about this in the Biden administration. So when there is question about whether it's appropriate for America to be engaged in the Middle East in defending Americans that live and work abroad, I think there's our answer. So thank you, Secretary. I'll start with the Secretary, then I'll come to you, Ms. McDonald. Secretary Hegseth, I do want to thank you because we've had many discussions about this. You have appointed Steve Erickson as the Executive Director of Force Resiliency, and he will oversee the department's Sexual Assault Prevention and Response Office, what we know as SAPRO. and he will directly report to you on the issue of sexual assault within our military. And you've been very responsive on this issue, and I commend you for that. And I have already received my first briefing by Mr. Erickson. So to continue building on this progress, I'm going to hold quarterly meetings with the SAPRO, and we want to make sure that we continue the momentum that we are seeing within the department on that. And
Inverse head and shoulders on the wedge
from your
failure.
vantage point, what positive trends are you seeing out of SAPRO?
Well, first of all, Senator, I want to thank you and other members of this committee for the work you've done on that issue. And I think in large part, and you'll see this in this budget, we continue to fund the programs which have seen efficacy. And so I think a lot of these were newer programs, new initiatives, new emphasis put in place that we have simply sought to maintain and accelerate. And you see that in this budget. And thankfully, we've seen this year sexual assault numbers decrease. One is too many, as we've said before, but a decrease is a good trend to see. We want to continue that.
Wonderful, and we'll continue working with the department on that. And an amendment that I am going to propose for this year's NDAA would require quarterly briefings from the SAPRO for members of Congress, just as they do with suicide prevention. So we'll continue working on that. I also would love to touch upon a number of other issues I've worked as far when it comes to fiscal sanity within the department. I can submit those for the record because I do want to give Ms. McDonald an opportunity. Let's talk about an audit. I love working with the comptrollers out there, but GAO released a report warning that the Department of Defense is unlikely to achieve a clean audit by 2028, citing longstanding financial management weaknesses. And it's my understanding that a key issue in the department's continued reliance on outdated business and feeder systems that lack internal controls continues to contribute to that. So to help address that, in the reconciliation package, we have $350 million that will be dedicated and directed toward improving audit outcomes across the department. So Ms. McDonald, all to you. Can you walk us through how the department intends to meet its statutory requirement of achieving that clean
60-50 in the realm of possibility.
Thank you for the question.
I think it'd be
Senator,
pretty
and
hard to
thank
get
you for
above
your support in
25 right now.
reconciliation for automation, AI, and business system replacement to achieve the audit. The first day we
That can
came
shift
out,
if
one of
we
the first topics the
move to those
Secretary
levels and
discussed,
hold
he actually
them.
just put out a memo
But I think it might be just hard to hold them in general. Bears are pushing back pretty hard at the 20 strike already,
by 2028 or sooner, as he has challenged us to do.
which might
With the
incentivize
report
profit
passed, the
taking
second
if
audit
any of those
opinion,
calls
two
get in the
additional
money.
components have done the same recently. And within the next 3 years, under the Secretary's guidance, the remainder of the department will achieve the clean audit opinion.
Well, outstanding. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
There's maybe a
everyone,
little
for your
room
service
to
our
briefly
business.
squeeze out to like 30, 32, but that would probably fail.
Secretary Hegseth, you've had a tough start. At your confirmation hearing, my Democratic colleagues and I rightly questioned whether you had the requisite qualifications and experience to lead the DoD, the largest federal agency, especially given your checkered past, which included paying $50,000 in hush money to settle a sexual assault allegation against you and driving 2 veterans organizations into the ground. After only months on the job, our concerns about you have proven true, as far as I'm concerned. Instead of strengthening national security, you've turned the Pentagon into a dysfunctional mess. You are jeopardizing military operations and service members' lives with your unprecedented action of texting classified military plans to anyone who might stroke your ego. Leading the Department of Defense is more than just a PR campaign filled with photo ops. While you pose for cameras, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine continues unabated. Israel and Iran are also at war, in large part because your boss tore up a multilateral agreement former President Obama brokered with the UK, France, Germany, China, and Russia that curbed Iran's nuclear program and ambitions. Meanwhile, China advances in the Pacific as this regime undermines and attacks our allies. At a time when steady leadership is critical, we are confronted with crisis and instability. Mr. Secretary, close to 5,000 Marines and
Spike and
National
fall there.
Guards have been deployed to LA without the request or consent of the California governor.
Some profit
or the
taking on the
Los
10 and
Angeles
15
mayor.
calls
Yes,
again.
Rather than calming the situation,
Some of the 20 calls
this
closing.
troop deployment is purposefully inflaming and
Still a lot of
escalates
calls out at 25 though.
tensions. You claim lethality is your top priority. Do you plan to unleash this lethal force against U.S. citizens and civilians in LA and other cities?
Well, Senator, I would reject most of the characterization of that statement, including lethality against U.S. cities, when
Well,
all
there-
of those
Mr.
National Guardsmen
Secretary,
and Marines have conducted themselves with the
5,000
utmost of professionalism, defending our federal agents, Americans,
Well,
who
we
deserve to be able to
obviously
do their job
have
to
a
deport
different
illegal immigrants
view.
after the previous administration allowed
Reclaiming my
21
time.
million
I am
illegals
not
to
here
cross
to
our
listen
border.
to rhetorical responses. I would like to have a professional response that I would expect from somebody who is the Secretary of Defense. Millions of people peacefully demonstrated this weekend against the president acting like a king. Given this regime's dangerous policy,
Yeah, they added the
troops
removal of the
inside
solar
US,
credits back into
politicizing of the
the
military is a legitimate concern.
big butt bill.
So, given the dangerous policy of mobilizing troops inside the U.S., if ordered by the president, I'm going to ask you once again, to shoot peaceful protesters in the
Yeah, they'll
legs, would
probably
you
come back.
carry out such an order from the president?
Senator, as I've said before, of course, I reject the premise of your
When
question.
nuclear, did you look at SRF this week?
That I would be given or are
Pumping.
given unlawful orders. It's all meant
Excuse
to
me.
attempt to smear the commander-in-chief, and I won't
Considering
fall
that
for
the
it.
Sprat's picking up like 200 million in
and
physical
his
uranium.
first term actually ordered such a thing, it is not a premise that you can reject. He can order, do the same thing. So you're, again, I think you would just follow what the president wants you to do. Let's face it, it is not normal to call up our troops in this way, and there is active litigation against this deployment. Will you follow a court's order regarding whether or not this deployment is legal? If the court says this deployment of troops into our cities is not legal, would you follow that court's order?
It's pending in the courts, Senator.
Well, when the court decides, would you follow that court's order, decision?
I don't believe district courts should be determining national security policy,
So
but
you will not be following that?
when it goes to the
it's a
Supreme Court,
legitimate
we'll see.
Court, and unless the president decides to appeal, there you have it. So I take it that you don't consider district court decisions to be legitimate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary General, welcome. I think you guys are doing a great job. And I think this kind of line of questioning, it's amazing how my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are all now focused on readiness, right? I mean, I know my colleague from Hawaii chaired the Readiness Subcommittee. I think we had 2 hearings in 4 years, right? So I appreciate your focus on readiness, lethality, deterrence. Ms. Secretary, thank you also for your focus on Indo-PACOM. Your speech and attendance at the Shangri-La Dialogue was really outstanding. And General, I'm glad you were there as
Still
well.
puts at 10,
Appreciate
acting
your
as some
answer.
support. Still in the money bot
So,
calls
Chairman,
from
following the laws
5990
directed by the budget
up through
reconciliation bill, which
6005.
hopefully we're gonna get over the goal line.
We have
Great for
not
our
filled the
military.
downside gap
It's
yet.
important that all your subordinates get that message as
Downside
well,
gap's at
so they will. General,
609.47.
thank you for your visit to Alaska, the most strategic place in the world. Ms. Secretary, I'd love to have you up there soon. As a matter of fact, for your staff, take a look. August 16, 18, that's going to be the overlap of 2 large-scale exercises in Alaska, Northern Edge, Arctic Edge. I believe the Indo-PACOM commander, Northcom commander will likely be there around that time. Would love to have you there, Mr. Secretary, so take a look at that date. General, do you have any quick takeaways from your Alaska visit?
Sure, thanks for.
Yeah, we're getting
hosting
towards
me
the
up there
back
on
end
my
of the
way to
distribution
Shangri-La.
here, so
It
we'll see
was,
if we
great to see all the
pump
surplus
off
sales,
support or
airmen,
we continue
Marines on
down,
board,
fill the
finally
gap,
getting after it.
possibly
It
pushing back
reminded me of the
to
criticality
like
of
the
that part of our
gamma flip,
country and
maybe
the
back to like
importance of,
6K.
taking our projection up there, and I know the services are all looking at that. So thank you for having me.
Everybody
Senator.
appreciated your visit, so thanks again. Ms. Secretary, I really appreciate your focus on reestablishing.
NQ retesting support,
By the way, it's really
possibly
hard to do
at
once
2260
you've lost it. This
after
has been particularly true
failing
with
to
regard
test
Iran. Let me give you
22.1.
my view on how tough that has been. You know, the Quds force, led by Soleimani, killed and wounded over thousands of U.S. service members when they were providing EFPs to the Iraqi Shia militias, while John Kerry was palling around with the Iranian foreign minister, Zarif, on the JCPOA stuff. General, you might remember one of your great predecessors.
See if
General
volume
Dunford,
comes in here on
in a hearing
ES.
for this committee, said we had completely lost deterrence, that the Iranians thought they could kill American service members anytime they wanted, and they ended up killing over 600 and wounding over 2,000 with no consequences. That was General Dunford telling this committee. We regained deterrence under President Trump's first term with the maximum pressure campaign and in particular killing Soleimani. Biden came in, appeasement of Iran was the order of the day, appeasement of Iran's proxy was the order of the day, and we lost deterrence again. So much so that not only did he unleash the proxies,
Bulls lost footing? No.
and fund them,
If we fill the gap and
but it was
then
public knowledge
fall
that Iran was
further,
trying to
yes,
assassinate
but
senior
not
U.S.
yet.
officials, including Mike Pompeo and President
There's
Trump.
still
Talk about losing deterrence.
60-10 sold
Mr. Secretary,
puts
Iran's military
supporting
and
spot,
leadership is
and
in
there's still a
complete
bunch of bot
disarray
put
right now
calls to the
because of
upside,
the bold action
and
by
in the
Israel.
money bot
Is
calls.
this an opportunity now to
But we
once
could pull
again,
back
like
further
we did in the
than
first
I would
term of the
imagine the
Trump
Bulls would
administration,
like.
reestablish deterrence against this terrorist regime by making sure one way or the other they never have.
We never pushed up
capacity
enough to get
enrich
like that
or produce a
upside
nuclear
hedge.
bomb,
Remember I said like
although President
1820.
Trump has repeatedly
That's kind of where we
emphasized.
got stopped.
And again, I thank you for focusing on reestablishing deterrence.
It's critical, and you're right. It's difficult to reestablish when
It
you
is.
lost it, which we did under the Biden administration. We know right now that.
But as some of
Tom,
this nets
exactly
off,
what
you
the
know,
president was
that
saying. He said
target
60 days.
lowers.
The world can believe it, and the world cannot believe it. He set 60 days. They had an opportunity to make a deal. They should have made a deal. President Trump's word means something. The world understands that. And at the Defense Department, our job is to stand ready and prepared with options, and that's precisely what we're doing.
So is this an opportunity now to reestablish deterrence the way it was done in the first administration?
Senator, I think we already have, in many ways, in this environment, reestablished deterrence. The question is, in the coming days, exactly what direction that goes.
Finally, Golden Dome, we look forward to working with you. It was good to see you at the Oval Office. We have a great opportunity here. Presidential leadership, your leadership, budget reconciliation bill, $25 billion down payment. Senator Kramer and I will be introducing legislation with Senator Sheehy on this next week to firmly entrench our strategy. We've been working closely with DOD on Golden Dome in the law, and we look forward to continuing to work with you on that.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Senator Kaine.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, earlier this month, you announced a plan to change the name of 3 Virginia military bases to restore the names of Confederate-era generals on those bases. You researched to find brave American soldiers with the same last names, Lee, Hill, and Pickett, who had not fought for the Confederacy and declared that those Confederate adjacent names would be restored. The problem is that you had to strip away the names of 4 amazing people that the Pentagon and local communities had chosen to honor at the Virginia bases. Van Barfoot, he was a Mississippi native, Mr. Chair, who came to Fort Pickett in the early 40s to train for war. He fought all over Europe in World War II. He won the Congressional Medal of Honor for his bravery. Leading his platoon in southern Italy, he killed 10 of the enemy, captured 17 more, and escorted 2 wounded Americans 1,700 yards to safety under enemy fire. Stayed in the Army for another 34 years, seeing action in both the Korean and the Vietnam Wars, and being assigned as the Army liaison to the Virginia National Guard at Fort Pickett. Long after he retired, he maintained his tie to the fort and to the Virginia National Guard. I was at the naming ceremony where this base, to which he had devoted much of his life, was named in his honor. His family was there, and they were so proud. Arthur Gregg served in the Army for more than 30 years, first African-American to reach the rank of brigadier general, first to reach the rank of lieutenant general, began as an enlisted, eventually decided to become a commissioned officer, went to Fort Lee for quartermaster training, quickly rose through the ranks as an instructor, even though he was not allowed to go to the officers' club because of the color of his skin. He finished his career in 1979 as the director of all Army logistics operations around the world. He stayed near Fort Lee in retirement, raised his family there, and was a continuous beloved presence until his death.
Is there market insiders? You know the Fed decision before 2 p.m.? No, it's very confidential. Even the president doesn't know until the decision is made.
Charity Adams was an Army officer during World War II, the first African-American woman allowed to.
Are there spies or leaks? Maybe, but I'm pretty sure the way that the vote is done, until it is submitted, nobody knows. Even the other members of the Fed don't know the outcome of the vote.
Our colleagues Jackie Rosen and Jerry Moran successfully passed a bill in 2022 giving the 6th AAA the Congressional Gold Medal. Charity Adams was the highest-ranking African-American woman in the military at the end of World War II. Her family was at the dedication of Fort Gregg Adams.
That's not all priced in, because we have a dot plot, and the dot plot could surprise by being more hawkish or more dovish.
She graduated from Syracuse Medical.
The expectation for today is there's not going to be a cut. No one expects a rate cut or a hike. So no change in actual policy, but change in future policy, which is probably more important anyway.
With the Army of the Cumberland and the 52nd Ohio Infantry becoming the first female surgeon in the U.S. Army. She served all over Virginia, including the place where the base is now named after her. She frequently crossed battle lines to treat civilians and even treated Confederate soldiers. She was captured a prisoner of war in Richmond until a prisoner relief president, Andrew Johnson, gave her the Congressional Medal of Honor after the Civil War. Why did you decide that these 4 patriots were not worthy enough to have their names on a base?
Well, Senator, as you know, this was never about the names of the bases they were renamed to.
So you don't challenge the worthiness.
Bases, restoring all bases to their original name, because we're not about erasing history.
Okay, you don't care about their military record. You wanted to restore the Confederate names. When you called the Gregg family to tell them that their dad's name was no longer going to be on the base, what was their reaction?
Senator, the Army notified them of that.
You didn't call any of the families, and I've spoken with the families, and the families were called by the press. That's how they learned about this. They learned about it from the press. You didn't call the Barfoot family, the Gregg family, and you didn't call the Adams family. I told the families I'd ask you about this today. In fact, 2 of General Gregg's granddaughters, Avery and Sydney, are right here in the audience, and I want to ask you this as I close. While you announced that these brave men and women's names would be stripped from the Virginia bases, no orders to that effect have been received by the base commanders. In light of the patriotic service of Van Barfoot, Arthur Gregg, Charity Adams, and Mary Walker, I'd like to ask you simply not to issue the orders changing the names of these Virginia bases. These families, my Commonwealth, are very proud of these heroes, very satisfied with these names, and ask you not to change them. Will you honor these exemplary patriots and keep their worthy names in places on the bases they loved and where they served?
Well, Senator, we very much thank and appreciate them for their service, and we'll find ways to recognize them, but the orders will soon be going to those bases to change the names back to the original name that never should have been changed.
But you have the power to not send those orders. They haven't gone out yet, correct?
Thank you. Senator, your time has expired. Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for being here, for your service. I want to go back to something that Senator Hirono mentioned in her questioning. She credited the Obama administration, along with some other allies, with curbing Iran's nuclear capabilities. As I recall, it licensed their aspirations, and serious problem. We're still living with some of that. And by the way, when it comes to deterrence, and I appreciate you making this point, and I agree with my colleague from Alaska, Senator Sullivan on this. Deterrence is definitely made up of weapons, but it is more of a reputation than it is a capability. The capability is only good if you have earned the reputation. With that in mind, and speaking of Iran and current situation, maybe, General, I could ask you this. If FIRDO was destroyed, demolished, if all of the nuclear capabilities that Iran has today were wiped out, would the war be shortened or lengthened? Realizing that's not the only factor, of course.
Yes, sir. And of course, I can't split that hair, given the complexities of the war that's ongoing there. So I'd rather not comment on one particular part. You know, the Israelis are, as reported in the open source press.
Doesn't seem like any of the 60-20 puts are closing.
I understand and appreciate that. Can you then highlight for me that as we talk about deterrence and reputation,
It's really hard to get those in the money.
Sitting here thinking about the air superiority that Israel has accomplished over Iran. I'd like to have you speak to that, and then speak perhaps to the lack of air superiority that Russia's had over Ukraine, and the difference in those two wars. And my point being, how important is air superiority in the current fights and in our future fights?
Sir, we could spend hours talking about the advocacy of air power. I think the freedom of maneuver that it creates is a great example of that. If you look at the two theaters right now with the Israeli Air Force striking at will at this point.
Probably, yeah. I mean, there's still a little bit of upside pressure, but it's fading.
Troops in Europe is a great case study of it. You know, the great thinkers, air power thinkers, are looking at the advancement in technologies from both theaters. The advancement of first-person view drones and things like that. And I think folks are going to have to think clearly about what does the future of air superiority look like, and how does it evolve to make sure that we're protecting those essential teammates that are on the ground fighting in order to prevent frozen flots, forward lines of troops in the future.
I appreciate that. Secretary Hegseth, there's been some discussion, certainly in your opening statements, and then with a couple of the questions related to base defense. And this would be something both of you could speak to, but I'd like to start with you, Secretary. Obviously, we've seen some pretty spectacular displays of the ability to go deep, covertly deep within the enemy's territory.
This is a good opportunity to fill that downside gap.
In Russia and in Iran. A lot of us fear that we're vulnerable as well. You spoke very briefly, or referenced, I think, in response to one of Senator Gillibrand's questions about the importance of policy. So when we talk about the United States itself and our bases here in the country, policy is a bigger challenge than weapons, to be honest. But what about responsibility? In other words, I think there's some confusion over is there a service, is there a particular institution that's responsible for base security and base defense, or is it up to the individual services to protect their own bases? Can you help straighten that out for me?
Senator, you're right to ask the question. We met on this very topic 2 days ago, because you're right, we've already made initial efforts, but I liken it to the effort that was made around IEDs in Iraq and Afghanistan, where it couldn't be a service-only response. It needed to be across the joint force. It needed to be immediate, and the capabilities had to be prepared to adapt in real time to adjustments the enemy is making. And you saw that in things that could in counter IED technology. We need the same type of effort in counter UAS, not just forward deployed, because right now you do it with what you have, but also at home considering the authority. So that is something the department is doing in real time.
If you have a second. I guess that's it. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Kramer. Senator King.
Mr. Secretary, I'm somewhat puzzled. I grew up in Virginia, where Robert E. Lee was revered. I think when I was a kid, his birthday was a school holiday. But as I grew older and learned more about American history, I learned that he fit the classic definition of a traitor. He took up arms against his country. He broke his oath as a member of the United States Army, which he took upon entering his career at West Point. Why are you going through these incredible gymnastics, finding current soldiers or other soldiers to rename? And you slipped a minute ago. You said we're returning these bases to their original names. Robert E. Lee, leading general of the Confederacy, Pickett, the other names. Why are you doing this? I don't understand what the motivation is to rename bases for people who took up arms against their country on behalf of slavery. What possible motivation can there be for this? Who is telling you to do this? Who is urging you to do this?
Senator, the veterans and service members across the country who have deployed from Fort Bragg or Fort Benning or Fort Hood or Fort Pickett, there's a legacy, there's a connection to those bases and to those places, to what they trained for there, what they did for, and what they came home back to. That matters to them. Ask enough of them, as I do, all the time, before and later. And we recognize the service of those who were put into the replacement. No one's disputing that. I would never dispute that. What we're looking at is erasing history, erasing names, erasing base names that service members are tied to. Talk to people that serve at Bragg. Ask people that serve at Fort Bragg or Fort Benning if they like the fact that the names have been returned. And to a man and to a woman, they will tell you, thank God we're back to Fort Bragg, and thank God we're back. And thankfully, because so many men and women in this country have served, there's a Benning and a Bragg and a Pickett and a Hood that has a Silver Star or a Medal of Honor that we could rename the base to because of the limits of what Congress allowed us to do. So this is something we've been proud to do, something that's important for the morale of the Army, and those communities appreciate that we've returned it back to what it was instead of trying to play this game of erasing names.
We're not erasing history, Mr. Secretary. We're recognizing history and recognizing that mistakes have been made in this country. The greatest of all was the Civil War, where people took up arms against their country on behalf of the institution of slavery. And to continue the practice of recognizing those people and honoring them by the naming of these bases is, I believe, an insult to the people of the United States. Let me talk about the budget. I don't understand why the budget is coming to us in two pieces. Why not give us an honest base budget instead of putting a piece of it in reconciliation? As I understand it, OMB is saying we're going to have a flat defense budget for the next 4 or 5 years. Are we planning reconciliation every year?
Still haven't filled the downside
gap. Give us
gap.
an honest budget, telling us what your priorities are, and then we can consider it. This committee always works in a bipartisan basis on a defense budget. We all want to see some increases in the defense budget, and yet you're giving us this this fake, here's a piece of the budget, here's another. You're cutting in the base budget, you're cutting shipbuilding in half and saying, well, we're going to make it up in reconciliation. Are we going to have reconciliation every year, which basically, by the way, puts a significant part, 10 or 15% of the defense budget in an wholly partisan decision-making process, whereas in the history of this committee, it's always been bipartisan. Why are we doing it this way?
Senator, from our view, the budget number 961 meets the requirements and threats that we face. And
that's not the number. The number is 892.6. You're adding reconciliation. That's my whole point. Why not give us a base budget of 961 or whatever the right number is, what you consider the right number, and then we can operate and make our decisions. Why do it in this bifurcated way that really is fooling the American people about what the defense budget is?
We're not trying to fool anybody, sir. It's 2 bills, 1 budget. We're working with OMB, and we feel very comfortable with the number of 961 billion.
Why don't you give us a straight-up budget for the Defense Department? That's my question.
Senator, this is a straight-up budget for the Defense Department, and it's a 13% increase over what Joe Biden gave us.
It is a 2-part defense budget. Part of it is in reconciliation instead of in the budget that's being presented to this committee. This committee only has a partial review of the budget. I don't understand why we can't have an honest, straightforward budget instead of this son of Oko that you're putting over on us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman.
Violet bounce when we fill the
Each of you
gap?
for being here, and I want to thank you for your
Not
leadership,
necessarily.
for each of you. So, Secretary,
We could continue
so you
selling
talked a little
off
bit
and
in
pull
your
back to
opening,
6,000.
Statement about China.
There's still a
So
pretty heavy
history
amount of
we've,
put
basically
interest to the
outlawed
upside
the
of
use
spot.
Chinese drones by our government.
And a
military.
failure below
We
the
have
gap
ability, now
could
going
mean that the
forward that everyone will license
6005 supportive in the money calls
the importance of
also
making sure that our military
fail.
we don't have Chinese products, whether it's drones. We don't buy Chinese drugs for our military. We don't allow China to buy farmland close to our military bases. We don't allow them to be involved in our electrical grid. Bring in despicable foods into our commissaries. Can you talk about the importance of that when they have a government that wants to destroy everybody in this room's way of life?
You're correct.
The
Mark.
gap's
So,
filled
Senator,
there.
We need to get smarter, faster. And that's the kind of urgency that we feel in the Defense
No,
Department.
it's
There's been a lot
not.
of talk about prioritization and pivoting and recognizing the size and scale and scope of the Chinese threat. And then there's doing everything possible inside your decision cycle to include how you posture, how you procure, how you plan to ensure that it's not reliant in any way. You don't have Achilles heels in any part of the process, whether it's critical munitions or it's critical minerals or it's any number of our weapon systems. I mean, you've heard the president say, Golden Dome, his big signature priority for the defending the homeland will be American made, because we can't have systems like that dependent on what the Chinese could do about it later on. So we completely agree with you, and myself and the Deputy Secretary that's kind of an number one for us, is in making sure that what we source is sustainable.
So if Communist China continues to build up their economy, do you think they'll continue to invest in their military?
Gap's closed.
Yes, sir, and I think a lot of that spending is commingled.
Right. And do you believe that that if the American public knew?
So yeah, this is important. We either get 605,
that they would buy fewer Chinese products.
605 or 60-20 capitulation.
If a lot of the information we saw were to be made public, there
These are in the money puts.
Do you think
These are in the money
that we ought to
calls.
be allowing Chinese companies to be able that support
So
either
watch.
China so they can build up a military, or
I would say probably watch like the
companies that actually work with the Chinese military. Do you think they ought to be able to sell stocks in America?
750 level.
Senator, that's not really my
And
lane, but I would say that the president is focused, especially through trade, on right-sizing a lot of those dynamics.
60,
and making sure that
12,
American companies,
50.
American industries are protected and brought back to the United States.
Okay. So whether it's Americans buying products that help
How the
build
fuck does that
China,
never
their,
work?
Their economy, so they can build a military to try to defeat us. So whether it's buying Chinese drones or drugs, or allowing them to buy farmland, you would recommend to the American public that we wake up and stop doing these things?
Generally speaking, Senator, yes.
Thank you.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So President Trump has deployed the National Guard and then the U.S. Marines to Los Angeles over the objections of state and local officials, saying that the troops are needed to support immigration detention operations that are being carried out by ICE. On Sunday night, the president threatened to deploy ICE agents to other cities around the country that he sees as, quote, the core of the Democrat power center, end quote, specifically mentioning Chicago and New York. Secretary Hegseth, if the president wanted to deploy Marines to Chicago and New York City like he did in Los Angeles, would you carry out that order even if the local governors and mayors objected?
Well, Senator, because Governor Newsom was unwilling to address
That's not my
protecting
question.
federal law enforcement agents in Los Angeles, President Trump had all the authorities, and the Defense Department happily supported defending our ICE agents in the conduct of their job. They have the right, as Americans, to be able to do their job without being attacked by mobs. And we will protect them in that process. And if other states needed it, we would provide that.
I know that you heard my questions, so you would be willing to send troops if the president ordered it to Chicago, New York City? That's right?
Well, thankfully, New York City, unlike California, unlike Gavin Newsom, is willing to step up and address the issue with their local law
I will
enforcement.
take that as a yes. How about if the president says he wants to send troops to 15 cities? Would you be willing to do that?
Senator, I don't accept your hypothetical because it's
That's hypothetical.
not a real
That's
one.
the question. You're the Secretary of Defense. Would you send troops to 15 cities if the president said do it? Would you do it? 15 cities.
Again, Senator, it's a complete hypothetical lacking any context
Look,
at all.
You're the Secretary
And I refuse
of
to box
Defense.
myself in based on
Well, you can
questioning on a
refuse,
hypothetical.
but you're here asking for $1 trillion, and I want to know how you're going to spend it. And so my question is, if Donald Trump tells you to send troops to 15 American cities, are you going to spend the money and send the troops?
Thankfully, we're spending money on securing our southern border, a way the previous administration abandoned and allowed
Okay, so you're
21
not gonna
million
answer
illegals to
that
enter our
question
country. So
anyway.
defending our homeland is a real serious priority under this administration, and we're doing
I
it.
understand the question about defense. Secretary Hegseth, about 4,000 National Guard troops and 700 Marines have been sent to LA. Is there a number of troops deployed to American cities over the objections of governors and mayors? at which you
Vol's
would be
continuing to
concerned
climb a little bit.
that we are undermining our national defense?
Senator, we've spent 2 decades guarding other people's borders. We think at the Defense Department it's about time we shore up ours.
So that's my question. Is there a number at which sending those troops to Los Angeles or Chicago or New York starts to undermine our ability to defend ourselves around the globe? Is there a number?
Senator, we look at capabilities and readiness around the globe all the time, and we're quite satisfied with our capabilities to defend the homeland, and we'll provide more if and when it's necessary.
So you are satisfied with our capabilities. Let me just ask, have you actually done the analysis and figured out how many troops you can deploy domestically before you start to undermine readiness around the world? Have you done that analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
Then would you let the rest of us in on it? We are the Senate Armed Services Committee, and you're here to ask for $1 trillion. What's the number?
We've got contingencies and plans for any number of capabilities should governors be unable, as Gavin Newsom has been,
So can you
to
give
actually
us a
secure his
ballpark
own
on
federal
what that
agents
number
in their
is?
cities.
How many troops can you deploy domestically before you start to cut into our readiness internationally?
As I said, previous administrations deployed our National Guard all around the globe in numbers
I have a
far
number,
beyond
but
what we
you're
were capable
just
of
not
supporting.
gonna tell
So
us.
limited
Let me
contingencies
ask
inside
one
the United
more
States to
question.
protect federal law enforcement is
If the Supreme Court orders
doable.
you to remove troops from American city streets, will you do so?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. If the Supreme Court orders you to remove troops from American cities, will you do so?
As I've said, Senator, I don't believe district courts should determine national security policy, but if the
That was
Supreme
not my
Court rules on a topic, we will abide by that.
Okay. You know, during her press conference last week, Secretary Noem said, "We are staying here to liberate the city from its mayor and its governor, people who were elected by a majority of voters." Secretary Hegseth is saying he is ready to deploy more troops and won't tell us what the implications are for our national defense. This is un-American, and it makes us unsafe. I wish our Republican colleagues would speak up.
The time of the senator has expired. Senator Tuberville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here today. Mr. Secretary, thanks for looking out for the law enforcement and the millions of people in California that still love this country and want this country to survive, and not the radicals that wave non-American flags, that protest in the streets, tear things down.
It does look weak,
Ridiculous,
but
and thank
we
you
haven't
for doing what
failed
you're doing,
yet.
You and President Trump. It's getting out of hand.
This is what I said before. It's
Chairman,
like
thanks
6007,
for your recruiting.
750 or 1250 for confirmation of direction. But we filled the gap and we're continuing to fall, which is obviously not a good look.
We did give a raise.
There's not a lot of support below here. So gamma's pretty flat down to like 59.90.
More than first year
So a loss at this level could see prices retreat again.
It's an all-volunteer army, and thank you.
Bulls should try to defend it at some point. So far, they really haven't.
China's kicking our butt in AI. Okay, they can build something in a year that
They may not either. It's a possibility.
The budget provides for increases in AI investment of $250 million.
This is the 750 test.
For us to catch up with China.
Senator, we are very aware of the accelerant that is AI, and that it is the next chapter, the next sphere of where advantages will be gained. And we are making the necessary investments, we believe, in this budget to stay there. We're also working with private industry in the United States, who's thankfully at this point isn't getting their butt kicked yet by China, and I think presents an opportunity for us to work with them to press the advantage. So we're looking for private partners as well to enhance our capabilities across the DoD.
You have to know your problems and where you're at before you can go forward. And hopefully we're understanding that. Obviously, we've got a lot of problems that's going on. Mr. Secretary, your opening remarks mentioned the force-wide review of military standards. What's the status of that review?
It is ongoing and very close to fruition. We've reviewed standards specifically on combat MOSs first to ensure that we haven't seen a reduction in pursuit of quotas or any other agendas. So standards are being moved back to where they were at their highest level, gender neutral. And then we're looking at overall fitness standards, overall grooming standards, overall basic standards across our formations that we believe have slipped, certainly under the previous administration, but over decades.
There's the failure.
But we're being very careful about it too. We don't want to make big changes that are wide sweeping, that have unintended consequences. So we're looking service by service, but also trying to simplify and clarify as much as possible. High standards, clear standards that set us apart.
Thanks for your help on putting me on the Air Force Board of Visitors, a military academy, and look forward to going out soon. It is very important we understand we do have problems in the Air Force Academy, and we're going to get those straightened out one way or another. So thanks for you and President Trump putting me on that, the Board of Visitors. General Kaine, the last few years we've seen major
605 calls are holding up, but some bot puts coming in at the strike.
Design and the Army's Transformation Initiative are major changes to the Joint Force. Can you describe the Joint Staff's level of involvement in these efforts?
Sure, thanks for the question. As the services carefully consider what they need to look like, one of my primary jobs is a global integrator, and so I look at all of these capabilities as well as capacities, and then through a series of formal products that we deliver to the Secretary, have a chance to give the Secretary my views on this. I appreciate the leadership of both of those services, all of the services, and the combatant commanders to identify what the fight of the future looks like and what the force mix of the future needs to look like. So we're deeply involved in all that.
Thank you. Just right up my alley here. One important aspect of recruiting is how our services are represented in elite sports. We have made progress here, but we still have to work and work some things out. But West Point this year, they had a young man that was drafted to play baseball. In the past times when President Trump was in, he allowed them to go do their thing in baseball and then come back and fulfill their service. But we are disallowing a young man at West Point to go to Major League Baseball. Could you look in that, Mr. Secretary?
Coach, we will review that, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Kaine, both before and during your confirmation hearing, we discussed your commitment to duty and to adhering to the Constitution as well as your oath of office. And I certainly appreciated your reassurance that you will remain, quote, a nonpartisan leader through and through, unquote. With one of your top priorities being maintaining the independence of the U.S. military. Along with remaining apolitical, I'm sure you will agree that fostering a stable, mission-focused environment is essential to leading the Department of Defense. So my question for you, sir, is can you please share with this committee and the American people what your approach to leadership as chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff is.
Yes, sir. It's certainly the job is one to understand the global set of challenges, integrate the options that must be considered, and then to present those options to the president. And I've always taken a servant leadership approach throughout my career based on my oath of office and the Constitution and my commission.
And as a nonpartisan leader, you reiterate that.
Always, yeah, I reiterate that.
Well, thank you. And as a former lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy Reserve, I certainly agree with that and agree with your answers and your commitment to the men and women in uniform. Secretary Hegseth, your approach to leadership, I believe, stands in direct conflict with the ideas that we just discussed with General Kaine. And at a time of great chaos and uncertainty in the world, I'm extremely concerned that your many shortcomings could have potentially life-threatening consequences for American service members. In your confirmation hearing, I expressed my deep reservations about your qualifications to run the DoD. I also made it clear that no board of directors in the world would hire someone with so little experience to run a large business, much less the Department of Defense, where American lives are on the line regularly. For this reason, in addition to some concerns we had about character, I ultimately opposed your nomination. And unfortunately, my reservations have become reality. I know my colleagues have touched on some of these issues, but to briefly summarize, you have failed to set the example, or lead from the front, as you like to say. And this includes prompting a leadership and oversight vacuum at the department by firing qualified uniform leaders without cause, creating loyalty tests and leak investigations that have led to 5 of your senior advisors resigning or being fired, sharing classified military details on an unsecure app during operations in Yemen that included unauthorized individuals on at least 2 separate occasions, and revoking the DoD personal protection detail for both Secretary of Defense Mark Esper and the former chairman of Joint Chiefs Mark Milley, putting their safety at risk while they are still under threat from Iran. We have seen time and time again how your conduct, lack of personal responsibility, are harming readiness, reputation, and professionalism of our military. At a time where Israel and Iran are in open conflict and our adversaries in Russia and China will exploit any weaknesses, unfortunately, my worst fears about your leadership shortfalls, unfortunately, have been realized. Secretary Hegseth, I firmly believe that accountability from leadership is vital in all sectors, not just in the military. And demonstrating to your subordinates that everyone plays by the same rules helps to build trust and open communications within your team. And those two things are extremely important. And I know that you share my desire to ensure that we're holding our senior leaders accountable for actions. And during your nomination hearing, you stated, quote, accountability is coming because everybody in this room knows if you are a rifleman and you lose your rifle, they are throwing the book at you, end of quote. You also said that leadership has been unwilling to take accountability, and I couldn't agree more on how important accountability is. As we all know, at the request of this committee, the Department of Defense Inspector General launched an investigation into your use of Signal, an unclassified commercially available messaging application to discuss information pertaining military actions in Yemen. So given your focus on accountability, how will you demonstrate this accountability to the men and women in the U.S. military if the Inspector General finds that you improperly disclosed information?
That assessment is pending at this time.
That is a hypothetical question, but the gentleman's time has expired.
I think your answer is clear. You are not going to be held accountable.
Thank you very much, Senator Peters. Senator Mullen.
Talk about accountability. I wonder who was held accountable for the disastrous withdrawal out of Afghanistan, where 13 soldiers died, and we left thousands of Americans behind underneath Secretary Austin's lead. Did one person get held accountable during that time? I don't know of anybody that got held accountable for Afghanistan withdrawal. But let's talk about that. And let's talk about the turmoil to which my colleagues on the other side of the dais wants to talk about. Let's talk about that turmoil. Underneath Secretary Austin, who was a general, by the way, you had the lowest morale measured in our military history. You had retention absolutely disastrous. You had recruitments that wasn't even meeting lowered standards that you guys lowered. But let me see the contrast now. We have the highest morale that's been measured in decades in the military. We have recruiting numbers that are
6005 bot posts closed.
we've had. We have our enemies that fear us once again, and our allies that love us because they can trust
Upside
us.
puts at 20 or
But
holding.
that's not the narrative, Secretary Hegseth, that our Democrat colleagues want to draw. But how short-minded is your memory? It was just a few months ago that you was supporting a commander-in-chief that you guys were covering up for or flat out lying about. Who was in charge? And that was a commander-in-chief. Oh, but let's not talk about that. Instead, let's just point fingers at something that fits a narrative. You want to talk about war powers or the fact that during our reposturing in the Middle East against Iran, which would have never taken place if our colleagues on the other side would have held the administration accountable while they were giving billions of dollars back to Iran and knowing good and well during the briefings that they were actually trying to develop a nuclear weapon, but we turned a blind eye to that, and now the mess that was created by the Biden administration, this administration, or the Trump administration, and the leadership of Secretary Hegseth is simply trying to clean up. But forget about the past. Let's talk about this. Oh, let's talk about reposturing, by the way. And wasn't it Secretary of the Navy, Del Toro, that came to us and said that he was fighting the largest naval battle since World War II? Did anybody in this dais authorize that? That was his words, who sat right there where Secretary Hegseth was, and I laughed. And I said, I didn't think the Houthis had a navy, so why are we fighting a naval battle there? And did you guys complain about it? Did you guys say one thing about it? Nope. You just sat there. Because, hey, it didn't fit your narrative, but this one does. And anyone want to start talking about the National Guard and the Marines, didn't President Eisenhower deploy troops or federalized troops in Arkansas in 1957 and also deploy the 101st Airborne because the governor then refused to protect civil rights and personal property? Yep. What about President Kennedy in 62 and 63? That also did it because Mississippi and Alabama refused to do the same thing. And so since the governor at that time refused to protect citizens and the property, he federalized the National Guard. Oh, let's think about 65 too, because LBJ did the exact same thing. But that's history.
Actually, LBJ did it to defend the civil rights protesters.
The context of what you're claiming to be done here. But that doesn't fit the narrative that you guys want to put out there. History is history. Look back at it if you want to or not. But keep in mind, every time you're pointing fingers here, you got three fingers pointing back at you. Because the previous administration, you guys 100% turned a blind eye to and did nothing to hold them accountable. Nothing. So don't sit up here on the dais and pretend like you're trying to hold administration accountable now because you didn't for 4 years. You literally covered up for a commander-in-chief that was absent. Absent-minded and absent leadership. And you guys did absolutely nothing. Even your left-leaning media is saying it was the worst cover-up possibly in political history. Yet nothing from you guys. You all should be ashamed of yourself. Literally, you should be ashamed of yourself. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Mullen. Senator Rosen.
I yield my time to Senator Duckworth.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to my colleague from Oklahoma, I believe the Secretary of Defense has just responded last week and admitted that the $1 billion mission that he led against the Houthis, who do not have a navy, has not restored the transit of U.S. flag commercial vessels through the Red Sea. And in fact, has resulted in the loss of 2 F-18
A
Hornets.
small gap to the upside at 607.
As well as, I believe the last count was 7 Reaper drones to the tune of another $200 million. You are blowing through money like my fellow cadets and I did in our first Liberty after basic camp. Luckily, I didn't end up with a questionable tattoo. Your failures, Mr. Secretary, office has been staggering. You sent classified operational information over Signal to chest thump in front of your wife, who, by the way, has no security clearance, risking service member lives in the process. You blew the $1 billion fight against the Houthis, whom, again, as my colleague says, has no Navy, and yet you lost all of those aircraft. You've created such a hostile command environment that no one wants to serve as your chief of staff or work with you in other senior DoD leadership roles. But what we should all be talking about, more than all of this, is that you have an unjustified, un-American misuse of the military in American cities, pulling resources and attention away from core missions to the detriment of the country, the warfighters, and yes, the war fighting that you claim to love. I don't know if this is because you are too inexperienced and incompetent to understand the real threats facing our country, or if it's because you are just an unqualified yes man who can't tell the president how to keep Americans safe. You are focusing on renaming bases for Confederate generals. You said just now to Senator King that to a man and to a woman, we would rather be associated with the old Confederate names. Well, I am one of those women. I served at Fort Rucker, Alabama, a base that was named for a traitor who took arms against the United States of America, led troops who killed Americans. It was renamed for Mike Novosel, a Medal of Honor recipient, who in his citation for the Medal of Honor includes that he saved 29 American lives, to include hovering backwards in a helicopter towards an enemy bunker where a wounded American was laying and saved that person, including after being taken fire himself. I know a little something about what it takes to fly a helicopter when you've been hit by enemy fire. That was heroic. I'd rather be associated with Mike Novosel than a failed Confederate traitor. I don't know whether you are inexperienced or too incompetent, but I wonder when you will actually focus on our nation's warfighting mission. We know that California is just a deliberate, systematic, political, and dangerous campaign led by you. We should not be using our military to play cops against Americans. General Kaine, as chairman, a key part of your job is to coordinate military planning across the joint force. Is the department currently incorporating into any military plans expanding the use of the reserve forces to include the National Guard or active duty troops to support domestic law enforcement, including in other locations in the United States?
Senator, you know, we careful.
No, General.
Well, it's not really a yes or no question, Madam Senator. We plan all kinds of different things.
I think it is a yes or no question.
I'm not aware of anything, but the reason why I'm answering is the tags may be looking at something.
NQ and ES both grabbing support on a downside test.
Because we know that on his first day, President Trump directed U.S. Northern Command to revise its unified command plan to add new planning requirements to combat, and I quote, criminal activities. A series of follow-up executive orders continue to redirect DOD priorities to supporting domestic law enforcement, including one in April that tells DOD, and I quote, use national security assets for law and order. In other words, do law enforcement's job. I'd like to enter these executive orders into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Secretary Hegseth, you say you are focused on warfighting and warriors. These are your words. Yet you are diverting untold DoD resources and attention to fundamentally non-military mission of domestic policing. Across the country, we have qualified police officers who are trained for that mission. They know those streets better than the Marines you deploy to Los Angeles, who normally focus on the Indo-Pacific. And you recently approved 700 more troops in 3 other states to do admin and logistics works for ICE. You say all of this is valuable training, but I would much rather have our troops do tough, realistic training relevant to high-end combat. Instead of typing in spreadsheets for ICE, they should be conducting live fire maneuver exercises. Instead of patrolling American neighborhoods and standing in front of federal buildings, they should be rehearsing call for fire missions. We have local police who can stand in front of those federal buildings. And the list of distractions goes on. You are encouraging the DoD workforce to go work for DHS in increasing numbers. You're pulling the military away from facing foreign enemies who literally say things like death to America. And you're putting troops with weapons aimed at Americans. Mr. Secretary, let the military get back to its real job. Stop forcing them to do DHSs. And if you want to be DHS Secretary, maybe you can apply for that job when you're fired from this one due to your incompetence.
The senator's time has expired. Senator Budd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. I think you all are doing a great job, and the proof is in the pudding. If you look at morale, you look at recruiting, you look at deterrence. Incredible performance compared to the last administration. So thank you all for your work, and in short order as well. Mr. Secretary, while I was overseas and time zones away this past weekend, I was able to watch the parade, even though it was on a
Getting pretty close to gamma flipping negative.
But I just wanted to catch a quick glimpse at it since it was controversial from the other side. And I'll tell you what, I stayed up until 2 a.m. I could not turn it off because it wasn't about you, Mr. Secretary. It wasn't about our president. It was about the men and women that don't get recognized each and every day. And I could just see them grinning underneath their helmets and their battle dress uniforms, smiling from ear to ear.
Bot calls are holding here.
Whether it's on TV or by those of us in elected office that were.
I don't think either position's gonna capitulate too much, to be honest.
Thank you for that. And again, back to the morale that we're seeing in the recruiting numbers, I think it will go even higher as a result of that. So I appreciate what you did. Mr. Secretary, I want to echo what my colleague Senator Kramer said a few moments ago about air dominance. And in previous years, Air Force officials have recommended purchasing at least 72 fighters a year, which would be reachable by maximizing F-35 and then the F-15EX production lines. And I applaud the President's decision to proceed with the F-47, but I understand that it's going to take a while before that's developed and fielded. And I'm interested in maintaining a strong level of production of other advanced fighters in the interim. So what can you tell us about the future of the F-15EX in particular while we await the arrival of the F-47? And Mr. Secretary, that'd be for you. And Mr. Chairman, you've got experience, significant experience as a fighter pilot, so if you'd care to weigh in as well. To your point, Senator, I would defer the balance of my air superiority time to the chairman. But I would note that the budget does have a substantial increase on F-15EX, recognizing its capabilities and the bridging function that particular aircraft provides us. And all of this with an eye toward existing fights and future fights, but it certainly does make an investment. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the question. And, you could use the current Israeli efforts as a case study in air dominance and air superiority. And if you look at harder problems in Iran, you start to see the importance of having the mix of things like F-47, EX, and any other future capabilities that are considered. So we have to stay up on the TAC air step, and appreciate your leadership and interest in this, sir, as we move forward.
Thank you. Switching gears a bit, Mr. Secretary, our Special Operations Forces play a crucial role in preventing and then winning armed conflict. However, the previous administration proposed cuts to soft billets in the programs. So how does the President's budget request impact the size, structure, and posture of our Special Operations Forces for 2026? Well, sorry, what you will not see is cuts to
What are you bitching about, Torque?
especially recognizing not just the last 25 years, but even the op-tempo.
Torque, I'll get so far in your fucking ear right now. Don't even start with me.
Those are forces that are used often, mobilized often. There's a stress and strain on that. And so investments both in personnel, but also training and capabilities is front and center. Thank you for that. Last year, I led an NDAA provision that mandates that all future annual defense planning guidance includes specifics with respect to the size, structure, posture, and priorities for SOF. So I want to make clear the importance of this directive. And the committee
Everyone was bitching that they couldn't hear me.
First on this component of the defense planning guidance.
And that fucking Hegseth was too loud. And now you're complaining about the exact opposite.
Requirement through and providing an update to this committee on its progress. Yes, Senator, we'll get that to you. Thank you. I want to ask briefly about munitions, Mr. General Kaine. How do you see the rate of munitions usage in Ukraine, in the Middle East, particularly our ground-based interceptors and air-to-air missiles influencing this budget request and future budget requests?
Well, Senator, we're always mindful of the consumption rate. One of the great case stories of the fight in the Middle East is the advancement of
calls getting
use
bought
of
back
rockets,
at
laser
10 and
rockets to
15.
target one-way attack drones,
Synthetic
which I know the
short at
committee
60-20.
helped push, and that's helping to save some of our critical air-to-air munitions. And I can circle back with you on the other matters offline, sir.
Please do. Thank you.
Significant amount of the deeper in the money
Thank
calls
you
have
very
closed
much.
out,
Senator
but
Kelly,
there's still
Senator Rosen
some at
yielded her time to Senator
96,000,
Duckworth, who was
6005.
scheduled to be last. Do you think we ought to go ahead and let Senator Rosen ask questions?
With bot calls coming in at 6:10, 15, we might push up and retest the synthetic short.
Down there.
No.
So maybe like the Delta flip, basically.
My seatmates on both sides, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We take care of each other. And again, thank you, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, for holding
Fast
this
as
hearing, Mr.
fuck.
Secretary.
Nice.
We have a short amount of time, so I'm just going to ask a few simple questions, and I
That's
would just
hot.
appreciate if, for some of them, you would just answer yes or no. And so, Secretary Hegseth, would you agree that every senior official
I
in the
turned
Department of
the
Defense must
meeting
reflect the
up.
values and
Let's be
conduct
honest, we don't
that
care
their
for this
service
meeting.
members
We're all
must
here to hear
uphold
Gherk's
and our
majestic
citizens
voice
expect?
and stock genius. That being said, one more month till
Senator, we
4
will uphold
years.
the highest possible
Tom Tom,
standard.
first of your
That's a
name
yes.
and first of the
So would
pigeon
you also
wheels.
agree then
Thank
that
you so much.
anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic conspiracy theories have no place in our government or military? Yes or no?
They should not.
Thank you. So would you also agree that anyone who has posted, and I'm going to quote, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories lifted right out of a neo-Nazi playbook, end quote, shouldn't be anywhere near a position of power?
Did you know that one of the
Yes or no?
contestants on Love is Blind
Since I
USA
don't
is a day trader?
believe the characterization
That just means
of many
unemployed.
officials in the news media, I would need to see precisely what's being characterized.
But generally, would you not say that if
Generally
we
speaking,
thought
sure.
something was coming out of a neo-Nazi playbook, it doesn't have any place in our
That's
Department
technically
of Defense?
correct.
Now, Secretary Hegseth, the quote that I just read you was referencing Ms. Kingsley Wilson, the DOD press secretary. It's a direct quote from her, who my Republican colleagues on this committee have also expressed alarm over due to her comments. In fact, one colleague said, and I'm going to quote again, obviously I don't agree with her comments. I trust the Pentagon will address this, end quote. However, in the months since, not only have you not addressed these anti-Semitic comments, you have promoted Ms. Wilson. This seems to be at odds, honestly, with President Trump's commitment, very public commitment to combat anti-Semitism, which you just said you two agreed with. So, Secretary Hegseth, given the rise in anti-Semitic violence, hate crimes in our nation, and to show that the Trump administration, your administration, does have a zero-tolerance policy for anti-Semitism, will you dismiss Ms. Kingsley from her role as a U.S. military spokesperson today, yes or no?
Again, that's why I referenced the context and characterization.
Well, we'll send you the quote,
I've worked
sir.
directly with her. She does a fantastic job, and there's any suggestion that I or her or others are party to anti-Semitism is a mischaracterization attempting to win political points.
Sir, and I'm going to say
Senator,
that
you're
your
attempting
lack
to
of
win
an
political points
answer
on the backs of
confirms what we've
mischaracterizing
known
the
all
statements of a
along.
member
The Trump
of my
administration
department,
is not serious.
and I'm not going to stand for that.
You are not a serious person. You are not serious about rooting out, fighting anti-Semitism within the ranks of our DOD. It's despicable. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I'm going to move on to General Hawk. The sudden inexplicable dismissal of General Hawk. He serves as both the director of the National Security Agency, commander of U.S. Cybercom. It's deeply concerning, raises significant questions about the decision-making process, its potential consequences. Public reports indicate that the removal of General Hawk, who has served his country proudly, has been influenced by social media influencer, a personality on social media, Laura Loomer, spreads conspiracy theories. She's been denounced even by Republicans. And the idea is that any leaders within our agencies responsible for our nation's security, somebody would be dismissed based on the advice of a social media influencer is alarming, to say the least. It's surely not how we should be running our military. So were you consulted regarding General Hawk's dismissal, yes or no?
Well, Senator, I would not advise believing everything you read in the media.
Were you,
And I'm
were you
consulted on every
consulted?
single decision.
Okay,
I'm
so
the
that's
decision maker for
alarming.
the
It's your
department, and we all
department,
serve
Mr.
at the
Se-
pleasure
okay,
of the president.
okay.
And
So
we have
what
the
was your-
prerogative to
what
make
was
those
your
decisions
what
for
was
the
your
best for the country,
recommendation?
and
Did you
we did
personally
that.
approve Mr. Hawk's dismissal, yes or no?
Anyone coming or going
Personally
at the
approve
Defense
it.
Department, especially at that level, would ultimately be a decision
So
made by
that's a
me,
yes.
and I
Did you
stand
personally
behind that.
relieve him?
Excuse
Did
me?
you personally relieve him? Yes or no?
Anyone at that level
You did,
who is
so that's a
relieved would
yes.
be relieved by the Secretary of Defense.
Was there a specific justification for General Hawk's dismissal? Was there a specific justification for General Hawk's dismissal?
Ma'am, we all serve at the pleasure of the president, and the president deserves the
Is
type
it
of
true?
commanders and advisors that he thinks will best
Did you
equip him
discuss General
to
Hawk's
accomplish the
dismissal with
mission.
Laura Loomer prior to his removal?
I don't discuss who I talk about anything with, but ultimately, this is my decision, and he serves at the pleasure of the president, and that's why he's there.
So do you believe it's appropriate for any social media personality to influence personnel decisions in your department, yes or no?
I believe your time is up, Senator.
Oh, it is not up to you to tell me when my time is up.
Well, the time
And
of
I am
the
going to
senator.
say, Mr. Secretary, you're either feckless or complicit. You're not in control of your department. You are just unserious. It is shocking. You're not combating anti-Semitism within your ranks. It's a dangerous and pivotal time in our nation's history. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. And I don't appreciate the smirk, sir. You are the Secretary of Defense.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to talk about the proposed Golden Dome missile defense system. There's a request to spend $25 billion in this year alone. First of all, is this system designed to intercept a full salvo attack?
6015 puts being bought, or calls
Senator,
being
it's
bought.
a multi-layer system that would include different types of salvos. Obviously,
So
any
it's not
system-
just Rogue Nation. Okay.
And-
So
well, it's meant to. Yes, it's not meant to be just one nation. It could be utilized in
against
multiple
Russia and China,
scenarios.
full salvo. So what kind of reliability are you aiming to build into the system? Are we looking for something like 4 nines on intercept success? 99.99% reliability?
Obviously, you seek the highest possible. You begin with what you have and integrating those C2 networks and sensors, building up capabilities that are existing with an eye toward future capabilities that can come online as quickly as possible, not just ground-based, but space-based,
So
all aspects.
against future capability too. So do you believe that we can build a system that can intercept all incoming threats? You think we could build that system? This is a very hard physics problem.
You would know as well as anybody, sir, how difficult this problem is, and that's why we put our best people on it. We think the American people deserve it.
So let me tell you what I think we're facing here. You're
ongoing
talking
threats.
about hundreds of ICBMs launched simultaneously, varying trajectories, MIRVs, so multiple reentry vehicles, thousands of decoys, hypersonic glide vehicles, all at once. And considering what the future threat might be, it might even be more complicated than that. And you're proposing spending not just $25 billion, but upwards of, I think CBO estimated this at least $500 billion, other estimates, $1 trillion. I am all for having a system that would work. I am not sure that the physics can get there on this. It's incredibly complicated. So I want to get to another issue that you're facing here. How much of the staff of the Office of the Director of Operational Test and Evaluation did you cut?
After collaboration, sir, with the service departments, the joint staff and others, we identified that as a place where there were redundancies and multiple additional layers that were
I'll tell you what you
unnecessary.
cut. You cut
So
74%.
Most of it, that's what I was going to say.
Most of it. And was your decision to cut more than half of the Pentagon's testing and evaluation office staff driven in part by concerns about the office's plan to oversee testing of Golden Dome?
Outputs 610, 605.
The concerns were not specific to Golden Dome.
Calls
sir.
it
It was
6,000
years and years
closing.
of delays
So that puts it at
unnecessarily based on
59.95 coming in.
redundancies in the decision-making process, that the services, COCOMs, and the joint staff,
Big bot puts
together
at
with OSD,
59.70.
identified
Well,
as
to
a
get,
logjam
Mr.
that was not
Secretary,
helping
to
the process.
get
It
the
was slowing
Out of the
reliability
money
we
calls
would need,
closing
you
a
need
bit.
something that's at 4 nines,
25s are still holding up,
99.99% reliability with all these challenges. And you cut the staff of the people who are going to make sure this thing works before we make it operational, before we give it to the warfighters. You got to go back and take a look at this. But I also strongly encourage you to put together some, before we spend $25 billion or $175 billion or $563 billion or $1 trillion, put together a group of people to figure out if the physics will work. You could go down a road here and spend hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of the taxpayer money, get to the end, and we have a system that is not functional. That very well could happen. And you're doing this just because the president, and I understand your role as a Secretary of Defense. You got to execute what the president says. But this idea, might not be fully baked. And you can get in front of it now and figure out and find out if you put the right physicists
Use
on
the
this.
data and
And I'm
gamma
not
strike.
saying go
How
to
can I use the data and
the
gamma
big
strike to
defense
make a
contract.
hypothesis on where this drop
Going
could
to
end?
scientists.
You could look for levels
And I
of
know there's
support.
a questionable relationship with this
either here
administration
at
and
the
scientists,
flip
but go to
or,
some scientists, figure out what we
further
would have
down
to
at like
do to build a
59.90
system,
or
and
59.70.
then make smart decisions before we
75.
spend hundreds and
Yeah,
hundreds
75.
of billions of dollars.
Senator, we're doing that, leveraging existing technologies and not premising the project on aspirational technologies, what we can actually do, and would
Well,
welcome your input.
$25 billion
Thank you.
in the first year is a lot of money. That's more than just figuring out if we have the ability to build a system that can handle a full salvo threat, hypersonic glide vehicles, MERS, thousands of decoys. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Senator Kelly. Senator Sheehy.
For General Kaine, curious of your thoughts. Now you're in the chair officially. China's building ships about 230 times faster than we do. Our ability to scale our maritime industrial base has been the subject of much discussion. And my biggest concern is we could give the Navy unlimited funds right now, and even that wouldn't be able to fix the problem we have within the existing paradigm. And we have to rethink how we acquire, deploy, and maintain our Navy. As we approach potentially a new CNO taking the seat here, what are we doing at the department level to explore alternative ways like leasing a Navy, like giving private industry the incentive to build stable requirements, towards stable requirements with consistent engineering specs so that they can build to these requirements, let private industry take some risk and extend themselves on this so we can benefit from the ability and the agility of private industry to solve problems quickly.
Well, sir, thanks for your question. I share your concerns about how fast we're building ships. I'm encouraged, though, by the leadership that the Deputy Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of the Navy, the current acting CNO have all been leaning into this, as well as the other parts of the department, acquisition and sustainment, and research and engineering. I've not heard yet on a leasing discussion. As you know, as a former aviation business owner, there's ops leases and things like that that offer capability at different models. There's been some experience of that on the Hill before. I'm thinking back to Senator McCain had some strong views on leasing in a prior life, but I would defer that conversation to our OSD colleagues, sir, who would drive that.
Okay. Well, I think we have to think outside the box, and that's true on all defense acquisition programs, and I welcome either of your thoughts as well. Senator Warren and I actually have recently partnered on an initiative that is praising what Secretary Driscoll's done at the Army side to expand the flexibility of the services to have more alternative pathways. I go back to our MRAP program about 15 years ago, a program which saved my life and the lives of many other servicemen, I'm sure in this room as well. So finding alternative ways to acquire things is really what we have to do now. And if we continue to try to jam, a turkey into the garbage disposal and just give more and more money to a process that frankly has been failing for decades, I think we need to try to fix the process first And I'd be curious as to either of your thoughts, an open response as to what we can do immediately here to start reforming our defense acquisition paradigm so we can keep pace with, it's not a near-peer threat with China, they are a peer. So it is a peer-to-peer threat. How are we going to reform our industrial base to keep pace with it?
Sir, I think this could be a much longer conversation, which I'm happy to have with you. I note that the lineup of leaders that we have in the Congress right now, here in this committee and the other side, the leaders in the department, the leaders in industry, it feels like we have the team now who will actually move the ball, grab a hold of that entrepreneurial spirit that America is so well known for, and get after it. We cannot, I'm mindful of the work that's been done before. We cannot continue to move on the same trajectory, and we must get after this. We owe it to the joint force to be properly armed at scale with the right capabilities so that they can win and come home. And so I'd love to partner with you on that, as I know our OSD colleagues would as well.
Well, in the speed at which we've solved our recruiting challenges, hopefully we can do the same thing with the ability to make bullets, bombs, artillery shells, planes, and ships, because we owe it to the 17, 18, 19-year-old kids who are going to be fighting these systems on the front line to make sure they have enough of them to replace attrition, and also that those systems are as good as they can be when they need them. Thanks for your time today.
Senator Sheehy and General, I would love to be part of that longer conversation about that issue. Thank you, Senator Sheehy. Senator Slotkin.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I said in your hearing, when you had your confirmation hearing, that my biggest concern with you at the helm was the potential use of the military in ways that contradict the Constitution or that taint what I hope we all want, which is an apolitical military. And when I asked you about whether you would accept an order that was actually given to your predecessor, Secretary Esper, Trump's SecDef, to deploy active duty troops against unarmed protesters and to, in Secretary Esper's words, shoot at them, shoot at their legs. You said this was all theoretical. Here we are, a few months later, you've deployed 4,700 troops to Los Angeles and against the wishes of the governor. And my colleague across the aisle was right. It is the first time since 1965 that we have deployed Guard troops without the permission of the governor. In all the instances he laid out, the president had sent in the military to protect protesters, not against the protesters. So you may dismiss it, but I feel like this is a fundamental issue of American democracy. If you love your country and you want an apolitical military, then it should be the last resort, not the first resort in our country to use them. So to get to the non-theoretical, have you authorized the uniformed military to detain or arrest protesters in Los Angeles?
Senator, I would just start by saying you're not a protester if you're throwing concrete
100%. Arrest those people.
Officers.
Throw them in the jail. 100%. But what you're doing is something different. Everyone knows this is a political decision, right? So we don't trust that you're using the best interests of the military, certainly, and of democracy on top of that. So have you given the order? That's all I want to know. It's not theoretical. For the U.S. military, not law enforcement. They can arrest all day long. That's their job. Do they have the ability, the uniformed military, to arrest and detain protesters currently today? It's a yes or no thing, authority.
It's sort of amusing the extent to which the speculation is out there. These troops are given very clear orders.
Then what is the order? Then list it out for us. Be a man, list it out. Did you authorize them to detain or arrest? That is a fundamental issue of democracy. I'm not trying to be a snot here. I'm just trying to get the actual, did you authorize them to do that?
All of these orders and what they're sent there to do are public. They are
okay,
there
so say it. So say it, yes or no?
I'd like to.
Please, yes or no?
As I've said time and time again through interruption, they're there to protect law enforcement,
do they have
ICE
the ability
officers
to arrest?
Who are trying to do their job, deporting illegals who were allowed in by the previous administration.
So they cannot arrest and detain citizens of the United States, the uniformed military.
As we've stated, if necessary, in their own self-defense, They could temporarily detain and
Have
hand
you-
over to ICE, but
have
there's
you
no
given-
arresting going
have
on.
you-
And you know this better than
Have you
you're trying to play
authorized the
political
U.S.
games.
military
There's
to
no
use
arresting
cyber
of U.S.
tools
personnel.
of the U.S. military against members of the protest? Have you authorized U.S. military cyber tools to investigate people participating in these protests? Yes or no?
Certainly in no way that I'd be aware of.
Okay, that's good. I love that answer. That's great. Have you given the order to be able to shoot at unarmed protesters in any way? I'm just asking the question. Don't laugh. Like the whole country. And by the way, my colleagues
What is
across
that
the
based
aisle.
on? What evidence would you
It
have
is
that an
based
order
on
like that has
Donald
ever
Trump
been given?
giving that order to your predecessor, to a Republican Secretary of Defense, who I give a lot of credit to because he didn't accept the order. He had more guts and balls than you because he said, I'm not going to send in the uniformed military to do something that I know in my gut isn't right. He was asked to shoot at their legs. He wrote that in his book. That's not hearsay. So you're poo-pooing of this. It just shows you don't understand who we are as a country. Who we are. And all of my colleagues across the aisle, especially the ones that served, should want an apolitical military and not want citizens to be scared of their own military. I love the military. I served alongside my whole life, so I'm worried about you tainting it. Have you given the order? Have you given the order that they can use lethal force against honor? I want the answer to be no. Please tell me it's no. Have you given the order?
Senator, I'd be careful what you read in books and believing it, except for the Bible.
Oh my God. So your former predecessor, I guess that's not enough for you. Okay, on Iran. I don't think there's a debate, there's like a cat fight going on in your own party about whether to go after Iran. Have you commissioned any day after planning? So any force protection, any use of ground troops in Iran, any cost assessments? Because I don't think we doubt what we can do as a country in the attack.
Yes, the
It's
Bible,
day
the book
after
of
what
fictitious
Iraq and
stories for
Afghanistan
children.
So many of us have learned to be
And
so
adults.
deeply concerned about. Have you authorized day after planning?
As I've said, we have plans for everything, Senator.
And I would.
Jesus
I would
said,
also
"Arrest the poor
reiterate
without
how,
due process."
again,
I think.
that
Yeah,
there will
yeah,
be
it sounds like him.
a classified portion of this 15 minutes after we adjourn. Senator Banks, you're recognized.
An apolitical military. Secretary, wouldn't you say that in the last administration under Joe Biden, Secretary Austin, Mark Milley, we've never seen the military politicized in a way that it was over those 4 years?
Senator, I would say our mission has been to take the politics out of the military, take the ideology out of the military. And as a result, you've seen the response of young Americans who have, I called it a bump at first. I just want to correct that, Senator. It's been a tsunami. It's been a historic response of young Americans
I want to unpack it.
who are
I want
joining.
to unpack this with you, Mr. Secretary. Prior to President Trump's election, the military was struggling with the worst recruitment crisis in 50 years. That all seemed to have changed overnight on one specific day. And the chart shows it. The Army doubled its recruitment from November of 2024 to the previous November. The Navy, the same thing. The Navy's recruitment skyrocketed 80% from November of 2024 to the previous year. Mr. Secretary, what changed?
There was an election, Senator.
Why does that matter?
Because leadership matters, sir. Belief in your country matters. Having the back of your troops matters. Setting a clear mission matters. Ensuring that if troops are used, it's for a clear, defined mission. It's funding them properly. It's giving them the proper authorities to execute. Americans watch what happens with their political and military leadership. And in President Trump, they understand they have a commander-in-chief that has their back, that loves the country, that loves them. Our job has been to reflect that through the department by getting rid of all the distractions, by enforcing the basics, by getting back to standards and readiness. And as a result, we've seen a generation of young people stand up and say they want to serve under President Trump.
These numbers have steadily increased. As you said, you called it a tsunami. I mean, I call it the Trump bump because it did begin on one day, but every month since, we've seen those recruitments for the Army and the Navy, especially the best Navy recruitment in 20 years, the best Army recruitment in 15 years. How do we keep that up?
Well, sir, I think we keep that up by staying true to what we said we would do to those young Americans and their families. I wrote a book before I started this process, talking to a lot of vets and their families who are wondering whether they would recommend military service to the next generation. I hear from them and others who say, now we're willing to do that under this president's leadership. Staying true to who we are, staying true to the basics, the Constitution, their core mission, keeping them ready, funding them and supplying them properly, and then having their back, truly. Matters. And I think by doing that and then emphasizing recruiting and the basics, I think we'll continue to be able to be on the right trajectory.
Mr. Secretary, I've never seen a Secretary of Defense that's so in tune with our soldiers, our sailors, our airmen and Marines as you. You've gone out and you're visiting with them, you're talking to them every single day. What kind of stories are you hearing?
Still
Especially
bought
from our
puts
newest
at
recruits.
05 and
What are they
6,000.
What are they telling you
Bought
specifically about
calls
why
at
it matters?
60-20.
Well, I'll start with those that are re-enlisting or they've been in for a while who say it's all changed. The entire environment's changed. The
They see
morale,
the
the spirit.
change.
They feel the change. They feel the idea that if I'm given a job to do, I'll be given everything necessary to do it, the authorities to do it. I'm not being micromanaged. I know that my commander will have my back. And then the young people, it's just excitement about the possibility of serving under President Trump, of being a part of something greater than themselves, and knowing that that in the White House they've got a commander who will defend their interests.
It's really about the, as I said, I mean, as my colleague was talking about, an apolitical military. I mean, the wokeness, the radical transgender movement, the way the abortion travel mandates, the way the last administration politicized the military. There was a survey in 2023 that pointed this out. It said that, and the Army released the survey in 2023 that claimed that young Americans' fear of discrimination drove away more recruits than wokeness. And wokeness was a big indicator too in that survey. Do you think those arguments still stand up today?
Senator, you make a great point. Every American wants to be treated like an individual. Not because they're black or white or male or female, rich or poor, or
I'm
because
going
of
right
some
now, Nick.
calculation of what we need more of or need less of. But simply, can you rise to the challenge of this job of service to your nation? That challenge inspires young people, and that's what we've seen.
I think the Commander-in-Chief matters. Mr. Secretary, you matter. General, you matter. Thank you for your leadership. The facts speak for themselves. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Banks. Is there objection to putting a representation of the chart in the record at this point? Without objection, it'll be ordered.
Mr. May I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Reid.
I note that the chart starts in November 23 and goes to November 24, and President Biden was president for the entire period.
Neat.
So you're suggesting that the significant ramp-up took place immediately after the election day, which would have been 20 days of November 24?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Has he got the new data?
The numbers speak for themselves.
Do you have any data to suggest that?
The General of the Army told me so, and I'm happy to, if you ask for those numbers from the Army, you'll see the same dynamic that I have. The election of Donald Trump serving as the election of him and the indication to those recruits around the country that he's going to become the commander-in-chief actually mattered. And those numbers have risen dramatically ever since Election Day.
There was no
That's fucking hot.
impact of the administration's activities over several years before that, and also through the period of November 23, which was encompassed the Biden administration. It's funny you get a Trump bump while Biden is president of the United States. So I'd be curious to see that data.
I think it's incredible as well, sir.
Unbelievable might be a better word.
Are there further questions? We're sort of now into the second round of questioning. Without objection, we will close this portion, and if our members and witnesses could join us in the Visitor Center skiff in 15 minutes, we would appreciate it. Until then, we are in recess.
All right. Hmm. Jesus fucking Christ, this is such boring price action. Why are you scalping dollar moves, board? MES. Although I think I'm gonna switch over to NQ, because MES is being a bag of shit. Fucking volumes are so low. I don't even know what that means. Coolly. it would be a pump or dump. The reason you use ES or minis on your $250 account is to dodge PDT, right? No, it's because it's the most effective way to grow an account that's that small. No, there's no PDT on futures. Hmm. Filled the gap. Nice. Hmm. A little bit of support at 6,000, not a ton. Bot puts coming in at 6,000, 59.95, 59.90. We're below the synthetic short now. Hmm. When was the last time we were bearish before FOMC? Before? I mean, I don't really know if we're bearish here. Index is up 33 points. Definitely not doing a great job holding the range, but I don't think bearish. Losing 6,000 before FOMC would be bad. But we could recover from a slip back to like 90 or so pretty easily, I think. It's a little bit of support at 6,000 still. Kind of shitty though. Still a fairly decent number of bot puts here. Volatility picks up under 6. A little bit, not a lot. spikes of volatility down at like 55 and 65. But also up at 60, 20, 15. We're just straddling 6K for FOMC. God forbid they're not dovish or hawkish. Probably better to play the price action following FOMC rather than prior to it. Is there anything that gives better consistent returns than just selling vol? I mean, as far as option strategies go, sell side is going to be arguably the most consistent. There's longer term strategies that are more consistent as well. If you really want to go on the long side, you can trade like 90 to 180 day like options. I'm not sure deep in the money calls are necessarily more consistent, but yeah, I mean, they definitely offset a lot of the damage that can be done. Trying to get more out of the money bot puts. Bullish positioning is weakening. Really just this last bastion of bot calls at 6,000 supporting the downside. And then we could get a move out to like 85, 80, maybe 75. Although I don't think vol really picks up enough to push the 75 test. Not yet, at least. I could definitely see us getting back to like gamma neutral. It should be a bit more permeable as well. Is there still a downside gap from earlier? Yeah, there's still a downside gap at 59.87.50 that never filled. Hmm. Left a gap back at 603.20. So right here. Got some call side profit taking on the 605 here. Not so much the 6,000 though. How do market crashes generally end in big reversals? But FOMC factor in global news like war? Yeah. They have to factor in the geopolitical risk to the upside on oil. It's a massive, massive part of CPI calculations. NQ failed its trend on the 5-minute. SPX still holding 60.56, but if it loses that level, it can start to reopen a test back at 60.31. Price action's a little bit contentious here. Yeah, no problem, man. Interesting. It's a nice bounce. And it failed. Hmm. As soon as the event's over, vol collapses and you get squeezies. Well, it either collapses or expands. It depends on what the decision at the meeting is. Ugh. Holy shit, this is boring. Bull trap? Yeah. Maybe. Tough call. This decision would expand ball. The dot plot remains hawkish. Inflation expectations rise and growth expectations decline. Hmm. Oh. I don't know how they could be dovish, but this is a clown market easily. The other like 50 times we've seen them be dovish without any valid reason, promise a bunch of rate cuts and never deliver on them. This is hotter than Tehran. Why is nobody talking about the beautiful spires? One sec. I'll be right back. Still no fucking failure, huh? Left a gap to the downside, 602. We got bot calls at 60.10, bot puts at 59.90, synthetic long at 6,000. Mostly profit taking on the 605 call. Gaps filled. What horrific price action this is. Look at this shit. God damn. Like, I know it's FRMC day, but this is awful. Vol's turning up a little bit. Vol below spot's picking up. $9.75. Hmm. More bot puts coming in at 6,000. 59.95. 6005. Just a few at 6005 though. 6020 now, very synthetic short. Sold put support at 85.80 down here. There's a shitload of interest on the AM contract, which technically expires tonight at 6,000. It's a really important level for the bulls, so not only hold now, but into close. Downside of working in the aerospace industry, I asked if we have off tomorrow, and everyone gave me that side-eye look and chuckled. What's juckling? It'd be a shame if someone were to launch ballistic missiles. But haven't they already? Like, juggled? You guys are so weird. Hey, how about somebody likes the fucking stream? Can we do that? I can't directly like you, Bob. But I can report you for pornography and sexually explicit material. I liked it twice. Happy. Perfect. Liking the stream gives you an 88% chance of winning on your options. Nice. I wish that were true. What's the price? Hat and bips? I can do a hat. Maybe a t-shirt. The bips are locked. Except for 0.01% of ownership that has been undecided between Duke and Dork and JFresh. Who will get it? Stay tuned and find out. Since I'm no longer doing Buffalo, when are you visiting DC? You know DC's closer to me than Buffalo, right? I think substantially closer. feel like I shouldn't have calls or puts. I don't know. Puts aren't terrible here. We finally lost 6,000. We'll probably get like a 90 or like an 85 test. Maybe. This is exciting. NQ lost 2,200. Yes. Almost below 60.50. If we bounce before FOMC, probably just right back to 6,000. We still have a little more room to sell off, though. Is this gonna fail? What's going on here? Alright, we got bot puts all the way down to 90. Sold some sold puts at 85. Tons of 59.50p got sold this morning. That's a juicy target for close. If we lose 59.75 later. Yeah. You think Iran or US will strike first? Or do you think Trump will share military plans on Twitter? They don't use Twitter, they use, what is it, Telegram? Signal? Yeah, whatever the fuck it's called. But if you email Hegseth, you can get a invite. Do you think nothing ever happens? Sometimes things happen. And then they get pulled back. Because changing the status quo is scary. Where did all those likes come from? What the fuck? Don't do that. You're gonna get me banned. Now that's a ratio. I didn't believe it wasn't possible. Quick, show your platform to the bots. Hmm. Ooh, 90. There we go. There's a little support just under this. Down here, like 85. So this can probably keep dropping. And then, Ayatollah reveals big surprises how much he saved on car insurance by switching to Geico. Likes are 10 to 15% above Gamma Max. Accurate. Going down or bounce? This is right around where we should start to see some support. How do countries usually raise funds for war? The same way they raise funds for everything else. Taxes and bonds. Debt and taxes? Mostly debt. No, no news. I mean, there's been some news, but none of it super impactful. This was just mechanical drop. I said we'd get this if we lost 6K. Well, we did. I feel like the confirm there was pretty easy. Nuka's over leveraged as fuck on coal. Yeah. Hmm. I don't think anyone leaked FOMC. We are pontificating on joining a war in the Middle East. Fitch also said our fiscal outlook remains challenging. As far as I know, there's no digital copy of the Fed decision until it's released. They vote via signal chat. Don't dignify it with that word. We're tweeting about joining a war in the Middle East. Alright, fine. You guys ready to get back to 6K? So they have all days. We need mustard line more than ever. Yeah. I could give it to you. But it doesn't do anything. How's this? If you admit that it does nothing, I'll put it on the screen. Alright. You guys want to rate Dork's build? Thanks to Grey Pubes for that one. No, the mustard doesn't do anything. It doesn't act as support resistance because it's not bound to the chart. It's an independent layer, completely separate from the price action. I actually do know somebody who used mayo instead of thermal paste one time. It worked for like 15 minutes. And then all the mayo leaked out from under the cooler. Why are your GXS charts fast as fuck? Oh, I want to go with because now they're hooked up to the new data. And they are fast as fuck. Look at spot updating. We can just watch these now. I don't even need to look at the candles. I could trade this. Thanks, DDJJ. That's just Pickleman's version to run the jar. You guys getting new signups? I don't know. We're not doing any advertising. I will say that the people who've gotten Gamma Strike have kept Gamma Strike. Love that we're telling the newbies what mustard line really means. Gotta keep the secret sauce secret. If you know, you know. It fucking doesn't do anything. I made the fucking thing with Nuke, and I know it doesn't do anything. Jesus Christ. Actually, it does something. We're just not sure what. It's maybe looking at a thing that doesn't happen. Actually, we do know what it does. It sometimes tells you lies about 10 minutes ago. It didn't predict the bounce. It just also bounced. The mustard line is a homunculus. It's outside of Gamma Strike's control. It's forward and backward looking. The mustard sees all. Oh, Jesus Christ. Viewport's up bigly. Thanks, live data. Nice, dude. I checked the source. I know what mustard line does. DM me. Iran has launched 400 ballistic missiles and 1,000 drones at Israel so far, only 20 of which fell on civilian areas. Ooh, Fitch also estimated Doge will yield an annual savings of $150 billion through spending cuts. It multiplies the at-the-money strike volume times the latest reading of our seismograph on the East Coast. To give away the alpha. Do we know roughly how many missiles Iran has? Thousands. They have like 3,000. They have like more ICBMs than anybody. They just have no way to launch them. Measure super stock sentiment on GME. That's a shill thing to say. If that were true, it'd just be a straight line up. It does actually factor in the cost of a lean hog. Dude, I should probably make more money as a GME shill influencer than trading. Trust me, you won't. It predicted FOMC bullishness 2 hours in advance. No, it didn't. We've cleared the bot pits to the upside here. But there are still a bunch of bot pits, 6,000, 59.95, 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59.90. 59. Bot calls at 6,000 and 605. There's a few more bot calls out at 6020, but it's still mostly bot puts. This would be a good place to hang out until the decision. How about a medium range ballistic mustard launcher? Huh. Yeah. Your Galatians 12:13. If thou wilt have faith like unto a little mustard line, which is the smallest of all lines, thou shalt be able to move mountains of gamma in my name. Amen. The correct term is Riku. Amen's too solemn. Hmm. I got 2 minutes. Ooh, it's out. Interest rate decision 4 or 5 versus 4 or 5. Expected. I got stuffed. Oh, median forecast still shows 50 bips of rate cuts in 2025, so no change for 2025. Fed median rate forecast next year 3.625. Forecast was 3.375. Median rate forecast current 3.875. Forecast 3.94. Forecast over the next 2 years actual 3.375, forecasted 3.125, and in the long run, actual 3%, forecast 3.19125. Uncertainty about outlook is diminished, but is still elevated, amidst line about risks of higher unemployment and of inflation. So future outlook worsen? Yeah, but 2026 significantly. Ooh. Man, the Fed is very split on keeping rates right where they're at. Fucking JPOW. Always the bottom dot. Fed sees 1.4% GDP growth in 2025 versus 1.7% in March. Sees longer run growth at 1.8% versus 1.8% in March. Unemployment rate remains low. Labor market conditions remain solid. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. U.S. rate futures factor in 46 bips in rate cuts in 2025. Little changed from before the Fed statement. Little hawkish. It's gonna be interesting. It's mixed. I mean, which I guess should be the expectation, but we'll have to see what happens at the presser. No, little hawkish is a little bad. Mixed is not bullish. Nope. No, mixed is not great. Bot puts that were at spot are staying there. So still bot puts 6,000, 59.95, 59.90. Sold put support down at 85, although less consequential than before, and 80. 75 and 70. So this whole range down to 70 from about 85 is pretty much sold puts. If we push into those, very, very bearish. Could see 59.50 potentially. It's a pretty sharp collapse in delta there on that sell-off. So it looks like out of the money call side took some profits. So did some at the money calls. Like 95, 90, 85 at and in the money. Hmm. Mustard gonna squirt. That's not how it works. Hmm. 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 71% chance of a cut in December, which was previously 60%. Policymakers see PCE inflation at 3.0% versus 27% in March. Core seen at 3.1 versus 2.8. So uptick in inflation expectations. Recent indicators suggest economic activities continue to expand at a solid pace. Projections show slower GDP growth, slightly higher unemployment, and somewhat higher inflation than in March. October rate cuts rise 85 to 80% from 80%. See 4.5% unemployment rate at end of 2025 versus 4.4% in March. We got 18 minutes. Is Vol getting crushed here? Not a lot. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see here. Okay, let me get the Fed thing ready. Sir. I don't think we're getting a 5,900 close. Oh, that's a mustard. I forget how much you people love idols. Who is the 750 people that liked the stream today? Yeah, that wasn't weird at all. Hmm. I don't know what Nitu did. I think Nitu just made bots. You doing Fireside tomorrow? Yeah. Hmm. I think we're just gonna probably hold this level. Yeah. Yeah, it seems pretty stable here. Hmm. What the fuck? Okay. Calls on JPOW wearing a purple tie? Probably pretty good. Pretty good odds. JPOW fucking loves purple ties. Especially when he doesn't change the rate after being commanded to. I hope they ask him questions about Trump and he gets super indignant about it. That's honestly my favorite reaction of his. Not permitted by law. Cause some reporter will bring up Trump. Like Zero Hedge. Zero Hedge is probably in the press pool now. Although calling Zero Hedge a reporter is an insult to the profession of journalism. If you know, you know. I wouldn't trust everything you read in books. Unless it's the Bible, GW. What a fucking dipshit. I can't believe that guys are suck deaf. Holy shit. Which version? Fucking Whiskey Pete. He's the Department of Defense's DUI hire. That's what I said. Department of Drinking. Pete Kegstand. I've also heard Keg's Breath. Johnny Talker. Leaky Pete. Whiskey Leaks. Triple Suck of Defense.
5% last year. GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing has complicated GDP measurement. private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, as we call them,
It's so quiet.
which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and
Is
government
the volume
spending,
okay?
grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a decline in sentiment over recent months and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely
Wait a
reflecting
second.
trade
Oh,
policy
okay, it's a dark purple tie.
It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future
Is he
spending
gonna
and
print our
investment.
puts?
In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.4% this year and 1.6% next year, somewhat slower than projected in March.
Professor Plum.
In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 135,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate, at 4.2%, remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past
Sometimes
year.
you guys make me
Wage growth
like
has
you guys say
continued
things
to
that make me
moderate
think
while still
that
outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide
the
set of
quiz
indicators
to get
suggests that
options
conditions in the labor market are broadly
should
in
be
balance and
harder.
consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.5% at the end of this year and next, a bit higher than projected in March. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated
Survey,
relative to our
whatever.
2% longer run goal.
It should be a quiz.
Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose
Who will buy my
2.3%
options if they
over the
make the
12 months
test
ending in May.
harder?
And that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor.
This call seemed like
Beyond the next year
we
or
would
so,
all get that
however,
one
most
wrong.
measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation this year is 3%, somewhat higher than projected in March. The median inflation projection falls to 2.4% in 2026 and 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%.
It's resistance at 60
and to
10.
continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policies continue to evolve, and their
Jayfish,
effects
we're
on the
just
economy
never getting to
remain
the
uncertain.
inflation target.
The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level.
Quiz reminds
Expectations of that
everyone
level
of the
and thus
cheaper
of the related
workbook we
economic
bought
effects
for
reached
options
a
as a
peak in April
strategic
and have since
investment
declined.
that we accidentally bought 3
Even
years
so,
ago.
increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It's also possible
How
that the
many of you guys
inflationary
bought
effects
the
could instead be
fucking
more
the
persistent.
workbook instead of the
Avoiding that
actual
outcome will
text?
depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on
It
keeping
was so
longer-term
cheap.
inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates,
Did you see that the
keeping in
BOJ
mind
started
that
to use
without price
AI to
stability,
figure out
we
rates
cannot
going
achieve
forward?
the long periods
I think
of
that's
strong
super
labor
bearish
market
because they want to blame
conditions that
AI for
benefit
their
all
upcoming
Americans.
hikes.
We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual
Maybe they
mandate
got some
goals are in tension.
kickbacks.
If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year, the same as projected in March. The median projection declines to 3.6% at the end of next year and to 3.4% at the end of 2027, a little higher than the March projection. These individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, and as I've noted, uncertainty is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or decision.
J-Pal throwing the SEP under the bus
At
the
this
day it's
meeting, the
printed.
committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework.
I fucking love this
We focused
guy.
on issues related to assessing the risks and uncertainties that are relevant for monetary policy and the potential implications for policy, strategy, and communications. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference that we held last month. We are open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up any modifications
Remember
to our
when
statement
higher
on
for
longer-run
longer
goals
was
and monetary
FUD?
policy strategy by late summer. After that, we will consider enhancements to our suite of communications tools, including the SEP. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
You remember when all the
Our
bulls
success
said
in
that he was
delivering
going
on
to
these goals
emergency
matters
cut
to all Americans.
to avoid a debt
We
disaster?
understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. To what extent has the more limited impact from tariffs at this stage on inflation changed your view on what the ultimate economic fallout will be from these policies and the timing of when they will materialize in the data?
So we've had 3 months of favorable inflation readings since the high readings of January and February, and that's, of course, highly welcome news. Part of that just is that services, core services, both housing services and non-housing services, have really been grinding down toward levels that are consistent with 2% inflation. So that's the good news. We've had goods
Should
inflation
have cut a
just
long
moving
time
up a
ago
bit.
versus the
And of
last
course,
rate
we
cut was just
expect,
a
as you
political
point
favor
out,
to
we
Biden.
do expect
Which
to
one
see
is it,
more of that
MAGA's?
over the course of
I don't
the
think
summer.
anybody who would describe
It takes
themselves
some
as
time for tariffs
MAGA
to work their way through the chain of
understands
distribution to the
monetary
end
policy.
consumer. A good example of that would be goods being sold at retailers today may have been imported several months ago before tariffs were imposed. So we're beginning to see some effects, and we do expect to see more of them over coming months. We do also see price increases in some of the relevant categories like personal computers and audiovisual equipment and things like that that are attributable to tariff increases. In addition, we look at surveys of businesses, and there are many of those. And
I don't think I've ever
we do
heard
see a
Basant
range of
say,
things,
"Make America
but
great again."
Many companies do expect to put all or
I think he just
some
wanted to
or
be in
all
charge of the
effective
Treasury.
tariffs through to the next person in the chain, and ultimately to the consumer. Today, the amount of these, the amount of the tariff effects, the size of the tariff effects, their duration and the time it will take are all highly uncertain. So that is why we think the appropriate thing to do is to hold where we are as we learn more. And we think our policy stance is in a good place where we're well positioned to react to incoming developments.
So in terms of how we should interpret the rate cuts penciled into the SEP, is this reflecting that there's this expectation that underlying inflation will just stay well enough contained that allows the committee to eventually move ahead with those
Basant say
cuts?
tariff
Or is
derangement
it about,
syndrome.
responding to a deterioration in economic activity, let's say? I mean, how should we make sense of the forecast?
That's because there aren't
If you look
any
at the forecast, you will
significant
see that
tariffs
people
yet.
do generally expect inflation to move up
2
and then
weeks,
come
though.
back down. But we can't just assume that. Of course, we don't know that. And
You know he's
our
fully in
job
charge
is
of
to
the
make
government
sure-
right now.
One of our jobs is to make sure that a one-time increase in inflation doesn't turn into an inflation problem. And that, again, that will depend on the size of the effects, how long it takes for them to come in, and ultimately on keeping
Policy
inflation
decisions are so
expectations anchored.
simple. It's all explained by having bad economic theories. They wanted to match their bad
and thanks, Chair Powell.
R, but
Howard
cutting
Schneider
blew
with
up
Reuters.
bond rates.
If you
It
look
stopped.
at the rate
That's
path
it.
starting in December to today and adjusted over the
Yep,
full
pretty much.
time horizon you've got there, you've taken about a quarter point per year out of your projected path, and you end at a higher rate at 2027 than you would have in the prior forecast. Is that a result of a sense that tariffs will lead to more persistent inflation? Is it a result of reassessments of where your short-term neutral rate is? Why are you on a slower path now?
So I would focus most on the nearer term as you get out to the
Bond calls to the upside,
later
15,
years.
20 coming in.
It's hard for anybody to know where the economy is going. You didn't see people moving their longer term, estimate of the neutral rate, for example, at this meeting. So and those things are probably slow moving. So I think if you look at what's happening here since March, this is since March, right? You see a little slower.
We have a
growth,
holiday
just
tomorrow.
a tiny tick up, a 1/10 tick up in unemployment, and you see inflation moving up 0.3. And by the way, it was a similar move from the December SEP to the March. So that's what you see. You see the effects of tariffs. I think we learned in April, after the March meeting, that substantially higher tariffs were likely. And then since then, the estimates of where the tariffs will be have actually moved back down, although still at an elevated level. So we're adapting in real time. And what you see is an accumulation.
Yeah, Bassat was
individual
put there by
assessments.
people with money and exposure to U.S.
You made a
Treasuries
statement that risks
who don't want all their
diminished
money
on
blown
that
up.
front, But the July 9th, drop dead date for all the Liberation Day tariffs is still out there and unresolved. You've got now exchange of missiles between two Middle East adversaries with a possible U.S. involvement. How can you justify saying that risks have diminished?
So what we said was that uncertainty uncertainty about the economic outlook has diminished but remains elevated. Many surveys say that. They do. So, and that's actually a line from the Teal book, which you can see in 5 years. Remember to check that.
Maybe the war will be over.
No, but if you think about it, tariff uncertainty really peaked in April, and since then has come down. And that's really what that's just acknowledging. It's diminished, but still elevated. That it's uncertainty. So I think that's an accurate
J-Pound made a
statement.
joke. Yeah, he made it funny, like Master Splinter.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. There is an argument out there in favor of cutting rates more immediately. Inflation has continued to cool and is back to roughly 2% despite the tariffs. And I guess I also wanted to ask about, cracks in the job market with gross hiring slowing, concentrated in just a few industries. We've seen some housing data.
How dare he jokes about
including
our
this morning,
economy?
that have been pretty weak.
That's how he lets everyone know everything's
do you
fine.
see any concerns that the
Press
economy is
pool
weakening
laughs,
and that is
mark
a
it up.
reason to cut rates going forward?
So we do of course monitor all those things. I think if you look at the overall picture, what you're seeing is 4.2% unemployment and an economy that's growing at a rate hard to know given the
Did you guys see
unusual
that I
flows in the
posted
first quarter, but
skinny
it appears
Trump
to be
in
1.5%
political
to 2%,
shitposting?
maybe a little better than that. Sentiment has come up off of its very low levels. It's still depressed. So you can point to things. The housing market is a longer run problem and also a short run problem. I don't think it's indicative of basically the situation is we have a longer run shortage of housing. And we also have high rates right now. I think the best thing we can do for the housing market is to restore price stability in a sustainable way and create a strong labor market. And that's the best thing we can do for the housing market. You asked about the job market. Again, look at labor force participation, look at wages, look at job creation. They're all at healthy levels now. I would say you can see perhaps a very slow continued cooling, but nothing that's troubling at this time. But we watch it very carefully. So overall, again, the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to economic developments, and for now, and we'll be watching the data carefully.
Well, just quickly on, given that, there are concerns inflation will rise, but there is the alternate scenario that tariffs would create demand destruction and slow growth sufficiently, and that would perhaps keep a bit of a lid on inflation. Do you see odds of that scenario? What kind of odds do you see of that scenario coming true, and how many months of cool inflation would you need to see before concluding that maybe that lower inflation scenario is taking place?
So this is very much the conversation we had today and yesterday. There are many, many different scenarios, many combinations of scenarios where inflation does or doesn't prove out to be at the levels we think, and where the labor market does or doesn't soften. And I think what you see people doing is looking
No, they're
ahead
settled at
at
the
a time
opening
of very
price on
high
Friday.
uncertainty and writing down what they think the most likely case is. No one holds these rate paths with a great deal of conviction, and everyone would agree that they're all going to be data dependent, and that you can make a case for any of the rate paths, I think, that you see in the SEP. And, we do this once a quarter. It's a hard thing to do particularly at this time. But it does reflect, if you see somebody writing down, a rate path that involves cuts, that's them saying, yes, I think we will get to a place, more likely than not, where cuts will be appropriate. And it could be,
He's 6
a
feet tall.
joint probability of a number of possible outcomes. Again, remember how much uncertainty we face, though.
How do you not know that?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I wonder if you could describe for us some of those scenarios. How do you get to a place? I'm noticing that the uncertainty levels in your forecasts are very high. How do you get to a place where you have the confidence in the outlook for, say, inflation and or growth or the unemployment rate? How many months does it take, and what do you want to see in the data to get to that level of confidence to actually reduce rates off the restrictive level?
So it's very, very hard to say when that will happen. We know that the time will come. It could come quickly. It could not come quickly. As long as the economy is solid, though, as long as we're seeing the kind of labor market that we have and reasonably decent growth and inflation moving down, we feel like the right thing to do is to be where we are, where our policy stance is, and just learn more. And in particular,
Why would I know
we
his
feel like we're
height?
going to learn a great
Why
deal
wouldn't
more
you?
over the summer on tariffs. We hadn't expected them to show up much by now, and
Everyone
they
knows how
haven't.
tall J-Pow
And we will
is.
see
He
whether
doesn't?
the extent to which they do
See?
over coming months. And I think that's going to inform our thinking, for one thing. In addition, we'll see how the labor market progresses. So at some point, it will become clear. I can't tell you exactly when that will be.
It was J-Pow
And,
with the
meanwhile, we'll be
mustard line at the
watching the labor
presser.
market very carefully for signs of weakness and strength, and tariffs for signs of what's going to happen there. And of course, there are many developments ahead. Even in the near term, developments are expected on tariffs. So I think we don't yet know with any confidence where they will settle out. We have an estimate, and I think all estimates are now pretty close together, but it's again highly uncertain.
When you say estimate of the impact of tariffs on the core PCE, is that what it is? And could you share that?
What you start with is what's the effective tariff rate overall, and people are managing to that. But, the pass-through of tariffs to consumer price inflation is a whole process that's very uncertain. As you know, there are many parties in that chain. There's the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, and the consumer. And each one of those is going to be trying not to be the one to pay for the tariff. But together, they will all pay for it together, or maybe one party will pay it all. But that process is very hard to predict. And we haven't been through a situation like this, and I think we have to be humble about our ability to forecast it. So that's why we need to see some actual data to make better decisions. We'd like to get some more data. And again, in the meantime, we can do that because the economy remains in solid condition.
Nick Tamarosa of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, I guess I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more the divergence we see in the dot plot, particularly around the 2025 rate projections. I realize this is, you have one group of officials that are putting down no cuts, another that are putting down more than one. And again, recognizing that could be difficult to summarize, but is it a matter of people having a different outlook or a different reaction function, a different commitment to defending against another inflation mistake? How did that play out over the last 2 days?
So you're right. This is often the case. We have a pretty healthy diversity of views on the committee. We did have strong support for today's decision and broad agreement that our policy stance does leave us in a good place. But I would point to two factors, and you mentioned them. The first is just that parties have a diversity of forecasts. And they do align with where their dots are. So if you have a higher inflation forecast, you're going to be less likely to be writing down, more cuts. But remember, as we see more data, we're going to learn more about where inflation is headed, and that means when it is time to look at resuming our normalization process, the differences you see should be smaller because we'll have seen actual data. Right now, it's just a forecast in a very foggy time. So that's the first part, is forecast. Secondly, people can look at the same data and they can evaluate the risks differently, as you know. And that includes, the risk of higher inflation, the risk that it'll be more persistent, the risk that the labor market will weaken. People are going to have different assessments of that risk. So that you put that in there too. So those are the two ways the two things I think that drive these things. Remember though, as I mentioned earlier, with uncertainty as elevated as it is, no one holds these rate paths with a lot of conviction. So that's really where it is. It's a function of those things. And I think as the data come in, you should see those differences diminish.
If I could follow up, you've said the policy is in a good place and that it's modestly restrictive. Given all the uncertainty you just talked about, tariff levels, uncertainty around the pass-through, is it price increases versus margin compression, some of the softness that Chris talked about in labor and housing, why wouldn't it be better to have rates at a more neutral setting as the economy heads into this period of very high uncertainty?
So if you just look backward at the data, that's what you would say, but that's not, we have to be forward-looking, and the thing that every forecaster, every outside forecaster, and the Fed is saying is that we expect a meaningful amount of inflation to arrive in coming months, and we have to take that into account. So I think a backward-looking look would lead you to a neutral stance, but we can't, we have to look at that, and because the economy is still solid, we can take the time to actually see what's going to happen. There's a range of possibilities on how large the inflation effects and the other effects are going to be. So we'll make smarter and better decisions if we just wait a couple of months or however long it takes to get a sense of really what is going to be the pass-through of inflation and what's going to be the effects on spending and on hiring and all those things.
Mr. McKee.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. Your friend down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue continues to lob insults in your direction, and I'm wondering, given now that the Supreme Court has maybe carved out the Fed from some of the legal implications of that, whether this is just noise that the markets and everybody should ignore until your term is up, or whether you worry that it could lead to more pressure on confidence on Wall Street, on consumers, about the outlook for the economy.
Look, from my standpoint, it's not complicated. What everyone on the FOMC wants is a good, solid American economy with a strong labor market and price stability. That's what we want. We think our policy is well positioned right now to deliver that and to be able to respond in a timely way as the data lead us around. The economy's been resilient, and part of that is our stance. And again, we think we're in a good place on that to respond to significant economic developments. That's what matters. That is what matters to us. Pretty much that's all that matters to us.
I need to ask, assuming you are not reappointed, would you stay on as governor when your term as chair ends?
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about this.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess with workplace raids increasing, picking up significantly, what kind of effect would that have on the labor market in the short term?
With what picking up?
Workplace raids.
So you're asking immigration?
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to speculate. One way to get at that from an economic standpoint, we of course don't comment on immigration policy. It's not ours to make or comment on. But what you see is an unemployment rate that has been really solid and at a low level, not really increasing. It's been in a good range and well within the range of mainstream estimates of maximum employment. And that means, like, part of that is that labor demand and labor supply are kind of moving down at the same rate. Labor demand is softening. You see that in job creation, but it's still kind of at a healthy level. And labor supply is diminishing because the immigration numbers that we see are much lower than they were. So those two factors, supply and demand, that's what has kept the unemployment rate in a reasonably, stable place.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to follow up on is if you could elaborate on the potential changes to the SCP that you suggested were part of the framework review, I think.
So the framework review really has two tracks, right? The first track is our policy framework that is reflected in the consensus statement. And we've said that we would finish that and announce it by the end of the summer. So we're well along in that process. We've had the meetings that we need to have, and we're now going to be going into, into discussions about, specific changes to language. So that's the framework part of it. The second part of it is our communications tools and practices. And that part comes next. Okay, that's what we're going to do in the meetings this fall. Actually, what we did at this meeting, though, is we sort of prepared the ground for that. We had a meeting where we talked at a high level about a number of ideas. The SCP is part of it. Many other ideas. It's sort of how do we think our communications can be improved? There are a number of ideas. People offered a really, it was a great conversation, number of ideas, but we're going to look at those with staff briefing and a lot of thought in the fall. And I would say when it comes to changing communications, I would only support things really only implement things that have very broad support. And also you want to be really careful because I think our communications are pretty well received. They're not broken. So more is not necessarily better, but better is better. So we're going to be looking at ways to do things that will improve the clarity of what we do for the benefit of the public.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. You're famously known as the guy that makes decision based on data instead of speculation. You've said today the inflation data is in a good place. We don't know how tariffs are going to impact prices going forward. That's uncertain. But I've got to go back to the last time that you cut rates in December. And there was still the what if of tariffs. So what made you feel comfortable cutting then when inflation was higher than where it is today, and you didn't cut today?
This opens up a further move over the next hour.
The forecast for inflation in December was
fall spikes pretty hard here.
2.5. Core PCE for 2025. The forecast was 2.5%, which is a good inflation forecast. I think what we've learned is that, and this was long before
Mostly
we had
falling
any idea
into
of what the actual policies would be. We've learned that the tariffs are going to be substantially larger than forecasters generally thought. And, we don't, our forecasts are generally not particularly different from those of other, well-resourced forecasting operations. So what we learned, and particularly in April, was that very substantially larger tariffs were coming and that would mean higher inflation. That's what happened. And so you saw 2.5% forecast in December, you saw 2.8% in March, and you see 3.1% now. So it's 0.6 higher inflation for 2025, and that's a big part of the change, and that's due to the effects of the tariffs that are, we don't know where they're going to land, but it's pretty apparent they're going to land higher than outside forecasters were really guessing at the end of last year.
My follow-up to that, I think consumers, right, we're looking for relief on rates when it comes to mortgages, car loans. Small businesses want to take out more manageable loans. When you look at the cumulative inflation over the past 5 years, prices have risen over 20%. It's been a rough road. So what is the tipping point then for the wait and see approach in terms of how much it's going to help versus when it hurts the American consumer?
Well, we're trying to restore price. The best thing we can do for the public that we serve is restore price stability. If we can, and we will, restore price stability, meaning 2% inflation on a durable, sustainable basis, that, and also maximum employment. If we restore those things, that's the best thing, and that is our goal. The best thing we can do for the American people, for households and businesses, that is the ultimate thing that we can deliver. And they can make their decisions without having to think about inflation all the time. So in the meantime, we have to keep rates high to get inflation all the way down. They're not very high, let's be honest. I would say policy is modestly or moderately, probably modestly now restrictive. If you look at the economy, it's not performing as though it were performing under very strict monetary policy, very restrictive monetary policy. So I would say probably modestly restrictive. And so what it will take is confidence that inflation is coming down. Now, I would say without tariffs, that confidence would be building, because if you see what's happening with non-housing services and housing services, which are the other two big pieces other than goods, those are coming down really nicely now. So I think we have to learn a little more about tariffs. I don't know what the right way for us to react will be. I think it's hard to know with any confidence how we should react until we see really the size of the effects, and then we can start to make a better judgment. So that's what we're doing, and I think we can take the time to do that because unemployment is 4.2%. Wages are moving up. Real wages are moving up at a healthy clip now. And inflation is 2.3% headline inflation over a 12-month basis. So it's a good economy and a solid economy with decent growth.
Thank you, Chair Powell. So you're saying that uncertainty has come down, the economy is moving at a solid pace, inflation has come down over the past 3 months, and this is all moving in the right direction. So are you indicating here that Americans should expect some sort of economic pain in the second half of the year?
I'm not saying that at all. From our standpoint, what I can say is that the U.S. economy is in solid shape. Inflation has come down. The unemployment rate remains at 4.2%. As I mentioned, real wages are moving up. It's a good job creation is at a healthy level. Unemployment, again, as I said, low. Labor force participation in a good place. So, and what we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that. Every forecaster you can name who is a professional forecaster with adequate resources and forecasts for a living is forecasting a pretty significant, everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months from tariffs because someone has to pay for the tariffs. And it will be someone in that chain that I mentioned between the manufacturer, the exporter, the importer, the retailer, ultimately somebody putting it into a good of some kind or just the consumer buying it. And all through that chain, people will be trying not to be the ones who pick up the cost. But ultimately, the cost of the tariff has to be paid. And some of it will fall on the end consumer. We know that because that's what businesses say. That's what the data say from past. So we know that's coming. And we just want to see a little bit of that before we make judgments prematurely.
And follow up on that. So you spent years though talking about how you're data dependent, and be a little more direct on this. Now you're making decisions looking forward. Doesn't the data you're seeing today indicate there should be a rate cut?
No, I mean, your monetary policy has to be forward-looking. That is elementary. You've got to be looking. I always talk about the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We say that over and over and over again, right? So it's always forward-looking. If at the very beginning of the pandemic, we cut rates to zero immediately. Nothing had happened. We just knew that it was going to be really bad, right? So we took very aggressive forward-looking because we knew things were going to be unusually difficult. So, of course, this is something we sort of know is coming. We just don't know the size of it. And again, the economy seems to be in solid shape. So the labor market's not crying out for a rate cut. Businesses, were in a bit of shock after April 2, but you see business sentiment, you talk to business people now, there's a very different feeling now that people are working their way through this. And they understand how they're going to go, and it feels much more positive and constructive than it did 3 months ago, let's say. So, again, we think that our current stance of monetary policy is in a good place.
This is
Thank you,
resistance.
Mara Moakley with Bloomberg. Chair Powell, in February, you told Congress that the Fed is, quote, overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Then in a memo to staff in May announcing a deferred resignation program at the Fed, you said you wanted to ensure that the Fed was, quote, right-sized. Those two statements appear to be at odds with one another. Could you explain what changed in the roughly 3 months between those statements that made you decide that staff levels at the Fed should decline?
85, 95.
I don't see them at all as intention. So I was asked, is the Fed overstaffed? And I said no. And I sort of said as a pun, overworked but not overstaffed. People do work extremely hard at the Fed, and I know they work hard at Bloomberg too.
They sold more puts between 70
but we do. We work hard. But I would say this. So we are careful stewards of public resources, and sometimes you need to show that. So there have been several times in our history, modern history, where the Fed has said, you know what, we're going to do a buyout. We're going to show the public, we're going to demonstrate that we are good stewards of public resources. So we thought, and I thought, that this is a time when we can, we grow at about, our headcount has grown at about 1% a year. So over the course of a couple of years, we're doing a careful scrub of the board and all the reserve banks, and we're going to find 10% of employees who can do something else, where we can streamline our operations, and we think we can get there in a year, in a couple of years. We think we can do that, and we think this is without taking risk to carrying out our critical missions. So this is something you do very carefully, thoughtfully, and you do it, again, respecting that we have critical missions to carry out. I've had experience, a lot of experience in my prior careers, with headcount reductions and things like that, and this is how you do it professionally. You do it carefully, thoughtfully, with a lot of planning, and you do it over a period of time. And I think the Fed will be fine. I think no one will notice any decline in our ability to carry out our missions, and I think it's just us wanting to demonstrate to the public that we are actually good stewards of their resources. We're effectively wiping out 10 years of headcount growth with this. So, I mean, we wanted to show that, that we're good stewards.
How is progress on reducing headcount going so far? Are you on track to meet the goal?
We're just at the very beginning. As you know, we're doing a buyout program. We're gonna hit that goal. I think many organizations find that they can do this. You don't want to do it every year or anything, but you can do it at intervals, and you wind up not interfering with your ability to perform your jobs.
Chair Powell, Claire Jones from the Financial Times. As you're no doubt aware, the Senate Finance Committee has tabled its version of the reconciliation bill this week, and I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the tenor of the debate at the FOMC over the past few days on fiscal policy and the degree to which that influenced people's projections for 2026 and beyond. Thank you.
A little bit.
Yeah, so, we don't sit around and debate or really discuss. We take fiscal policy as fully exogenous.
Although I think we're in support here.
So we actually, really didn't talk about the bill or the contents of it. It's still evolving. When it gets closer, remember also we have a very, very large economy, and that the effects will be at the margin. I expect that they may already be in, but they will be in by the next meeting. We'll make an estimate. But it's not a major thing. It's nothing that we discuss. It may have been mentioned a couple of times, but as something that's coming in. But I think the outcome is, we don't know the outcome yet there, so hard to be real specific.
Neil.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. There have been some cutbacks in economic statistics collection in the last few weeks. Worries that long-running problems around funding and response rates may be getting worse. How much is this concern on your radar? How much confidence do you have that the gauges you're watching to assess the economy are reliable right now?
Some down at 60.
Two things.
But
One, the data we get right now, we can do our
75,
jobs.
70.
I'm not concerned that we can't do our jobs. That's not the point. The point really is that we are starting to see layoffs and important gatherers of data are saying that they're having to cut back on the size of their surveys. That's going to lead to more volatility in the surveys. I think we should take a step back and, from our standpoint, and I think the standpoint of businesses and governments and everyone, having really good data on the state of the economy at any given time is a huge public good. It helps, it not just doesn't help the Fed, it helps the government, it helps Congress, it helps the executive branch. More importantly, really, it helps businesses. They need to know what's going on in the economy. The United States has been a leader for many, many years in this whole project of measuring and understanding what's happening in our very large and dynamic economy. And I hate to see us cutting back on that, because it is a real benefit to the general public that people in all kinds of jobs have the best possible understanding of what's happening in the economy and hence what's likely to happen. It's very hard to measure what's going on in the U.S. economy. If you read, there was a book called, it's really remarkable how many things you need to understand to estimate U.S. GDP. Very, very difficult, and it's so important that we get it right. I just would say it's not a place to. I would want to keep investing in that, for the good of the general public.
Is it right there?
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida with
Yeah.
Politico. So you're conducting this monetary policy strategy framework review, but next year we're supposed to have a new Fed chair, and I'm wondering if that affects at all the way that you're approaching this. How do you ensure that this framework will actually be durable?
The framework document goes back to 2012, and it's the committee's document. It's not like we're going to invent a brand new way to do things. It's been an evolving document, so it shouldn't depend on who the chair is at all. It should depend on what's happening in the economy and what the committee wants to do. So, yeah, it isn't really tied to any particular chair. And we used to renew it every year. Now we do it every 5 years. So, but I don't think I've never heard anyone raise this issue that a new chair might want to come in and go in a completely different direction. I really don't think that's right. But but that's not going to be up to me to decide.
Is that affecting at all who you're consulting with?
Not at all. Not in any way.
Thank you. Chair Powell, Matt Egan from CNN. Relatively low gas prices this year have helped drive down inflation in recent reports, but that trend is starting to reverse given the crisis in the Middle East. How are you thinking about how the Israel-Iran conflict will impact the economy, especially inflation, and what lessons were learned during the 2022 period when another conflict, the Russia-Ukraine war, sent oil and gas prices skyrocketing?
So, of course, we're watching, like everybody else is, what's going on. I really don't have any comment on that. Possible that we'll see higher energy prices. What's tended to happen is when there's turmoil in the Middle East, you may see a spike in energy prices, but tends to come down. Those things don't generally tend to have lasting effects on inflation, although, of course, in the 1970s, they famously did, because you had a series of very, very large shocks. But we haven't seen anything like that now. The U.S. economy is far less dependent on foreign oil than it was back in the 1970s. So, but there.
A quick follow-up. I've just got to ask you about artificial intelligence. Some technology executives have recently been warning that AI could wipe out a large chunk of entry-level jobs and significantly increase the unemployment rate. I'm wondering how concerned you are, if at all, about the threat that AI poses to employment.
So this is the question. The question really is, will AI be more augmenting labor or replacing labor? And I wouldn't, we all see those announcements, including one today. I wouldn't, overread a couple of data points, because, AI should be creating jobs at the same time. It may be replacing, maybe doing both. Anyone who's done any work with AI will have been a little bit stunned at how capable it is. And it's just a different thing. So I think this is something that certainly has transformational potential. And probably we're in the very early stages of it. They say what you're seeing now compared to what you'll see in 2 years is going to be very different and even more effective. So I think it's really hard to know. Of course, there are optimists who feel like it's going to make everybody much more productive. And there are those who think it's going to replace an awful lot of jobs right across the income spectrum, white collar, blue collar, and everything. So I just don't know. We don't have a house view on that.
So Bear's protecting
but this is going to be a very important question for some time.
Greg.
Seems bulls are pretty actively
Thank you.
selling.
Greg Rapp from MarketWatch. I was wondering if you could step back a little bit, Chair Powell. There's a spate of articles and a lot of op-eds now in the newspapers saying that the U.S. economy and the global economy is going through this profound change, akin to the end of the Bretton Woods era in the 1970s. And don't you owe the American people, some sort of like explanation for what we're going through? I mean, I noticed earlier this month when you talked about Bretton Woods a little bit, and you said that Bretton Woods, the Fed staff had to like change how the movements of the dollar was impacting the economy. Are we going through something like that now? That, are you having to change how you do monetary policy? Is it that fundamental a change underway? Thanks.
It's certainly a time of real change. From a geopolitical standpoint, from a trade standpoint, from an immigration standpoint, you see this not just here but everywhere. So there's quite a lot going on. It doesn't change the way we do monetary policy in the near term. And it doesn't change our objectives or what we need to do. And these things are not really our issues. They're really issues for elected governments. All of those issues are really for elected governments. But there's no question it's a time of real change, and very hard to see where that goes. Will it be? There have been many things written about
Bulls
how
are
it's
trying
going to
to
be a
dig
more
themselves out of
inflationary
this
time.
hole
That's
right
possible.
now.
It's not guaranteed.
But there's
AI
upside
could cut in
resistance
a very
at
other
95,
direction.
and that's pretty
AI
strong.
could make people much
So,
more productive
difficult.
and push in the other direction. I don't
Especially
know.
that
So,
the
but
market
you're right.
makers
But
help.
honestly, our focus is a much more practical one, and that is how do we keep inflation low and employment high in the near term. That's really what we're about.
Mark.
Hello, Chairman Powell. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. What is the view about the growing amount of slack in the job market, including the softening in payrolls, the forecast of a modest rise in the unemployment rate, and the ability of workers to demand wage hikes or not in this environment where you have inflation surging?
You don't really see unemployment going up. You don't see increased slack, really. At the margin, remember, you're at 4.2% unemployment. That was, for many years, that was a extremely low level. It happens to have come up off of an even lower level as we came out of the pandemic. We were as low as 3.4%, but 4.2% is probably at the low end of estimates of the longer run, sustainable level of natural rate of unemployment. So I guess I wouldn't agree with that. And also, in terms of wages, real wages after inflation have been moving up sort of more than was consistent with 2% inflation. They're still moving up at a healthy clip, and I think much more consistent with 2% inflation given a reasonable assessment of trend productivity. So it's a pretty good labor market. You're right that the level of job creation has come down, but so has the supply of workers, the change in the supply, the new supply. So you've seen the unemployment rate remain pretty stable at 4.2. It's been as high as 4.3, but those are good numbers. So it's a pretty good labor market. There's a more concerning thing is there's not a lot of layoffs, but there are not a lot of job creation. If you're out of work, it's hard to find a job, but very few people are being laid off at this point. So that's an equilibrium we watch very, very carefully, because if there were to be significant layoffs and the job finding rate were to remain this low, you would have an increase in unemployment fairly quickly. But that hasn't happened. It really hasn't happened. The U.S. economy has defied all kinds of forecasts for it to weaken, really, over the last 3 years. And it's been remarkable to see just again and again when people think it's going to weaken. Now, eventually it will, but we don't see signs of that now.
Go to Jean for the last question. Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. There's been a lot of talk about cuts. I wanted to ask you, why do you think there are no forecasts for rates to rise or even to stay where they are next year, given that the projection for inflation is to rise to 3%, and there's a lot of there's some skepticism over whether those price hikes will be a one-time event?
So there are a number of people on the committee who wrote down no cuts this year, but some cuts next year. So, I think, people are writing down their most likely path, right? They're not saying there's zero possibility of other things. Really, think of it as the least unlikely path in a situation like this where uncertainty is very high. I think, again, people write down their rate paths, and they do not have like a really high conviction that this is exactly what's going to happen over the next 2 years. No one feels that way about their rate path. They feel like, what am I going to write down? I mean, what would you write down? It's not easy to do that with confidence.
Very technically
so
bullish
I would just say it
bounce.
that way. We don't rule things in or out.
There's still that gap up
certainly
at
a hike is not the
95,
base case.
93, which I
at
think
all.
if
It's
we
not something
hit,
people are writing down.
Bulls
but,
can probably
in the
push
meantime,
this back up to positive
we do the best we
gamma.
can with these forecasts, and I think they're representative of the different forecasts and different reaction functions that people on the committee have. So thank you very much. Thanks.
All right, everything bad is over. Right? Now we just have to worry about AM expiry on Friday. Almost at that gap fill. Bot puts at 95 are trimming a little. There's bot puts out at 6,000, 6,005. If the bot puts stay open though, 6,000 could reject on profit taking, so be careful. Like a harder rejection too. Still just a bit short of that gap. Some puts getting sold at 59.90. Still puts coming in at 85, 80. Bot calls at 85 also. Hmm. Left a gap to the upside at 92. Hmm. Some bot puts coming in at 75. Or puts being bought back at 75, I guess. Accurate. 70? Gap at 83, gap at 92. 30 minutes left till close. So 83, 92, 95 upside gaps. This is still a higher low for NQ. And also ES. A little bit for SPX, but not much. First upside gaps at 83. Right here. And then one here. And then one here. Puts getting sold. Looks like 70, 80. Some 85 puts being sold. Not very many of the 59.95 bot puts closing though. There's some bot calls coming in at 85. Bot calls coming in at 90. Some weakness on the bounce. Still low volume. We filled the 83 gap. Can we squeeze the puts, the short puts? It's not impossible. It's going to depend on a couple of factors here, though. Gamma's turning a bit more positive to the upside. A pretty quick path from here back up to like 59.97. Still resistance at 95 though. On our way to fill the second gap. Left a gap behind us. Okay, gap at 86 to the downside, 92 and 95 to the upside. Fix back at 20. Yeah, bulls need to short vol like right here. Now they need to sell like the 85 and the 90. Otherwise, those 95 puts are going to lever up again. I'm going to say I might hit Iran over the holiday. Yep. I traded all day again without losing. Nice, dude. Maybe you could just tell me what the particular problem you're having is, and we could work on finding a solution. You know, it's kind of what I do here. Having money. Mm. Is that the downside gap filled? Yeah. Okay, so now gaps 92, 95, both to the upside. How high could oil soar if the US strikes Iran? Depends what we strike. I don't know. We could probably... Yeah, I mean, Iran has a lot of oil reserves, which I'd imagine we're probably going to try not to hit. But I could see Israel going after them. It poses kind of a... interesting situation. I don't know. I just don't know how to turn the sound off. I do like that one.
Hey.
No, we're not doing that again. Ew. Which is the Nintendo Wii sound? Ooh, that's nice. I'm changing them all to that. Gherk? No, stop it. That whistle kills my dog. This one? Wait, which one? This one? This one. That one? God damn it. They all suck. Oh, wait. I just changed them all to none. Maybe WeBull has like a way I can just turn WeBull sound off for you guys. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, I can just do that. There we go. VIX back under 20. Some of the long puts at 59.95 kind of pulling back a bit. There's a synthetic long at 6,000, which we're having a bit of trouble getting over, but as we move into the end of the day, that becomes a bit easier. And there's sold puts, decent amount of them, at 6,000, 605, and 6010. I don't think we get a mega pump, but I could see us getting back to like 6005 or maybe like 6007. I feel like whatever move happens here, it's just going to be super aggressive. We're either going to get rejected off of these bot puts hard as fuck again, or we're going to break out. We got one upside gap left at 95. Ten minutes till close. And tomorrow's a holiday, so don't forget that people might just sell off into the uncertainty. Hmm. Hmm. Left an upside gap at 87 again. Right here. Short puts get real squeezy under 85. Bot puts coming in at 59.60, 59.45. Big ones. Still bot calls at 85. So bot calls at 85, sold puts the 2 strikes to the downside, and then a bunch of bot puts. Can't tell if we're going to try to fill that upside gap that we just left. Looks like we're going down to 80 at least. Game is getting real negative below us. Some buyers coming in. Ooh, ouch. His buyers got fucked. See if there's some more of them. I think they're buying to close them. Which is still bought, as far as we're concerned. I don't think bulls would want this to close below 75 going into the holiday. By the way, markets are closed tomorrow. Federal holiday. Like 4 minutes left. Why would we dump 1%? We might dump a little bit. Maybe back to like 70-ish, but I don't think we're dumping 1%. Not in 3 fucking minutes. There's still a lot of interest around 59.75 further out on the chain. Quad watching's on Friday. So they can blame it on Juneteenth, like always. Did they blame something on Juneteenth? Smile looks bearish. Looks bearish as fuck. What's triple sec gonna cancel Juneteenth? I don't think he's ding ding. Closing at 80 here. Alright. Let's check out the end of day. Okay, so SPX closing at 59.80, 85. A little bit bearish after the Fed's dot plot, which was slightly hawkish, as was their stance on policy, with projected higher unemployment, lower growth, and higher inflation in the near term future, so out over the next like 3 to 4 quarters. And Fed fund rate estimates dropping at a slower pace than last assumed in March. This leaves us with a slightly lower close day over day, and into the back half of the week. We do have some weakness here. This is our second close under gamma neutral on the monthly. If that continues to push up, we're going to want to keep an eye on gamma neutral for the AM expiry contract, which is currently down at 59.30, but will likely rise not only today, but with the morning expiration on Friday, which is our quad witching OPEX. I think if there are any effects to be realized from SLD, we'll likely see them after the holiday, so on Friday or Monday morning. But do remember that during the overnight session or during the holiday session, We're probably going to see some mean reversion back to the upside from the bulls that are going to probably try to capture a positive settlement price on those AM contracts. So I would say we probably see bulls try to push back for 6,000, where a lot of their exposure is locally. But after that delta and gamma are gone, price will be a little bit more free to move into Friday's close, and then especially on Monday. It's a big expiration, and a lot of the short vols packed into it. So next week could be kind of exciting. Out here on ES, we broke back through the uptrend in the earlier part of the day and then ultimately failed the breakout. This does leave the potential for a retest down here below 60.31 and below the bull confirm, which then opens range up quite a bit. The prior week close being around 59.80 and below major support at 6,000. Next support to the downside of that is 59.2750. To the upside, 60.56, but it's been hard to hold that level, and we keep losing it. So I would say things have still a bit more of a bearish bias going into Friday. Dollar rose moderately, but so did yields. Well, kind of back to flat after the Fed decision, especially at the top end of the curve, where the Fed has very little actual control. Correlation moved down into the end of the day, so some push into dispersion. A little bit of volatility shorting, I think. I mean, we saw vol at least come down from, prior to the decision, and a little bit of a turnaround there. But overall, I mean, if we look at the longer time frames here, correlation is been breaking down at a fairly consistent rate, and a little bit more so recently. Almost back to the levels we were at in early May, on Tuesday, with today modulating that a little bit. But I would probably look for 1 month correlation to continue to push up, although I do think there is still quite a lot of incentive to short that like 60, 90-day historic volatility as it continues to fall. So we're starting to move into the period where like the 60-day vol is going to start to come down. Although the opportunity to short that would be in an environment where IV was higher. So they'll probably meet in the middle, and when that happens, we'll probably run into some pretty heavy volatility shorting. My Gex chart's missing teeth. That's because it's the end of the day. Wipes the data. Maybe we'll work on getting that to persist so you can look at it overnight. I mean, it's just going to be but it would just be a big pile of gamma at closing price. Commodities continue to shoot up, obviously, with the U.S. on the brink of war. There's a very good chance that people are going to continue to speculate on commodities. However, this does seem to be less precious metals and more, energy, agricultural, industrial, and material driven. But a very, very significant recovery on commodities here, and a break back above like 108.77 is a pretty big deal. So I don't know if any of you guys actually trade like Bloomberg Commodity Index, but if you did, good stuff. That's a CBOT. leverage on the carry trade falling, but picking up a little bit into the end of the day. That's also in a pretty significant downtrend. Forward yield on volatility ending the day just a little bit negative. After rising to positive yesterday, briefly. And I believe it closed yesterday just slightly positive, but definitely pushing up as demand for long vol rises. Bond volatility also picked up yesterday, although I don't think it will today. Kind of, and a little bit of out of the money put demand yesterday as well. With skew kind of falling a bit. Might be some indication that short vol is breaking down. Breadth looking way worse. Stocks over their 20-day moving average falling to 42% of the index, roughly around stocks that are over their 200-day moving average, and stocks over their 50-day moving average falling to 63%. Still seeing a breakdown in correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures. I don't know how much lower this is going to get, but if it does turn around and something spikes volatility right now, we could get like a very, very serious move to the upside in VX. I think this is back below 87.4. It's probably got some more room that it can move down, but if anything spikes vol right now, we could get, like 4.1 to like 5.4% move to the downside, potentially. If there were like something like missiles, maybe. I don't know how the market's going to react to that. But something like blowing up Karg Island or Israel attacking Iranian oil reserves. I'm not sure the U.S. joining the war would be enough like of a I don't think that's a shock at this point. Like, we're probably not going to get congressional approval to join the war. Bear steepener up a tiny bit. And then lastly, out here on the technicals, another lower low and lower high today as we continue the downtrend towards a breakdown of this top. However, a loss of 59.22 would be the first actual signal of that, and maybe even better, like the EMA 30 here. And that can open up a retest down at the MA 200 or 58.3766. Then below that, you have the monthly targets, 57.73, 56.96. The failure to get back above 60.31 seems kind of significant. If this is where we're going to top out, there's quite a lot of room for a corrective move to the downside, even beyond 56.96. There's downside gaps all the way down to like 53.09. Oop. And then there's the prior lows, 51.19 and 48.53. So I mean, the start of a move down, depending on the situation and the potential for recession driven by higher oil prices, could see quite a bit of a move. Did you see my question on Discord? No. No. A lot of negative news and barely any market reaction. What makes you think we don't just go straight up? I think institutions have been net sellers over the last like 6 weeks. I think hedge funds are net short, and just like all their positive flows over the last 2 weeks have just been from covering their pain. And then retail stopped buying like 2 weeks ago. So I don't think anyone wants to fucking buy it any higher. The only thing people want to buy is tech, and it's all overvalued as fuck right now, especially in light of potential drawdown in earnings. We have an international conflict involving one of the world's largest oil producers. The Ukraine-Russia situation is unresolved, and we don't have any information on when the debt ceiling is going to get raised, which means that the U.S. Treasury is probably going to eat $9 billion of issuance and refinance it above 4%, which is fucking insane. That, and then even if we do pass the debt ceiling, we're going to tack another 3.6 trillion onto our deficits, which we just got downgraded for prior to the 3.6 trillion addition. So I mean, there's a lot of bad stuff, you know. It's not, I'm not saying we won't go up, but there's no buyers out there right now. There haven't been. We kind of ran out of buyers back in like fucking May OPEX. We've been mostly trading sideways since then. We don't have a new all-time high, so we still don't technically have a reversal, right? We had a new normal. The market immediately in April, the market immediately priced in the best case scenario for everything. And so far what we've gotten is none of that. Right? We have no trade deals, despite them being, you know, promised, and the market rallying on the back of those trade deals. We have increased tariffs on cars, steel, and aluminum. Right? Those didn't go down. Those went back up. We've got 2 fucking weeks till the deadline for reciprocal tariffs to kick in. Then we got another 2 months till China tariffs kick in. And we're about to go drop bunker busters on China's largest oil supplier. I'm sure that's going to be real great for our trade deals. Meanwhile, China's running around the globe making trade deals with literally anyone else who will buy their shit. And just not fucking worrying about the US at all. They don't give a shit, right? They can just sell their goods elsewhere with no tariffs. Why bother with us? But then on the US side, right now, inventories are absorbing the shock of the increased tariffs, which are running at like a 23% rate across the board before they go up. And then so, you know, as long as those inventories remain, producers, manufacturers, and retailers are going to eat those costs. But when those inventories dry up, not only are they going to not order more of those goods, they're going to pass forward any other costs on goods that they have to sell. So we're looking at like an inflation, like a supply shock on the inflation or the tariff side that's going to drive inflation, and a potential supply shock on the oil side as well. So we get 2 of them. You know, in COVID, we just had the one, and they closed the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, and prices per container or per like poundage or whatever the fuck it is went up to like $57 from like $20. So yeah, you know, we're not in a great situation. That and our entire government is run by fucking imbeciles, with maybe the exception of Basant. How more monies? I don't know. It doesn't look good. I'm just saying it doesn't look good. On the technical side, it looks like a pullback. On the option side, it looks like a pullback. On the macro side, it looks like a pullback. But, you know, Trump might come out tomorrow and say we're going to stay out of the Israel-Iran situation, and markets can rally on Friday. And then, you know, on Saturday, he can be like, nope, I was just kidding. And then they can dump on Monday. Welcome to 2025. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I hope you all have a great night. Enjoy your holiday. Happy Juneteenth for those of you out there. And I will see you Friday in the AM. Later.